Alright, my dudes. It's Wednesday. Wednesday, I believe. Kind of losing track of the time being on holiday, but I do believe it's Wednesday. And we're going to keep working on our programming. Yesterday, we spent ages, and I mean like 3 hours, dealing with a database problem we had. 3 whole hours. But we got around it, and then I started implementing the concept of books. With a book being a grouping, currently it's just got learnings in it. However, it's going to be expanded to have more than just learnings. So I want to add character templates, I want to add birthings, which are a whole separate thing. I want to add equipment. I want to add, well, just a whole bunch of stuff, really. So with that in mind, where to begin? I made a few changes overnight, nothing too drastic. I gave learnings descriptions so that you can actually put a description on one. I know that's not the most impressive thing, but it is something that needed added. I also made it so you can do this if you join a room. These rooms are just for debugging, but if you join one and you type !Mwax, it'll launch Mwax, which is a little game I made last year. It'll also make everyone else in the room join Mwax, so you can kill each other. That was just a little fun thing I added. But yeah. Let's get down to it. Now what I really need to do is find... Oh, remember this. This is where I was trying to figure out what the website would need. I kind of gave up on this real quickly. Instead, we kind of transitioned to this stuff we need to do. I'm going to say that learnings are done. Stats aren't done. Hello, Gaming Croc. Character details, the details of a game. I think that's done. Dark mode. Sure would like dark mode. Add paging to lists. I feel like I did that. I was trying to avoid it, but then it turned out to not actually be that hard. So, what do we want to add? First of all, have I got any outstanding stuff? Okay, I deleted that. Cleaned up learning page. That should be a model name for now. Nice. So what I would like to do is improve upon character creation. I would like to add the concept of character templates. I think that'd be quite good. Is a character linked to a book? No, they're linked to a game. I think a character should have a link to a book. The game has a link to a book, but a character can leave a game. But when they leave the game, they should still be linked to that book. Yeah, I think I don't need to actually specify that. But I am going to. I think. Builder, entity, character has one book. With can I do on delete? No, I can't do on delete until I've set up the foreign key. See, that's interesting. Because a book does not have a link to the characters. The characters who are a part of that book. We just don't have that link. Maybe we should have that link. I don't think so. Yeah, I'm not doing anything with book, like for game. Game has a book. That does mean you can't delete a book if games have it, which is a problem, but for now I think that's fine. So let's say when you create a character, book ID equals game dot book ID. Yeah, when you create a character, he gets linked to the book of the game that he is in. That means on the character creation screen, I need a hidden field for book ID. And then when we get into here, that'll be cool. So Let's switch to my private server. I don't want to accidentally nuke production again. I nuked production like 3 times yesterday. Can't be doing it today. Let's add migration. Characters have books. And that should be relatively clean. Adds a new column, which is nullable. Creates an index, adds a foreign key. And on delete, I would like you to set null, please. In fact, no, for now you can restrict. If I'm going to make it set null, I should have the code auto-generate it to do it. I shouldn't start messing with these migration files. That's cool though. Let's update the database. Good. And then when you character controller details, I would like you to include book and I would like you to include game. And then on the character details page, we can say, okay, he's got those learnings. We can say if model game does not equal null, let's add a section for details, games, I don't need that comma, details games, ASP root ID equals model dot game dot ID. In fact, just game ID. And we can do game model dot game dot name. Maybe that'll work. So if you have a game, in fact that at needs to be there. If your character is part of a game, create a link to the game. Let's see if that works. So I have a game. I can create a character. L Bob. He is L Bob. Game, the test game. Awesome. Not a huge deal. And then I want to do the same thing for his book. Details, books, book ID, book name. Now we should be able to see. Bob is using the test book. And that's where he's getting his rules from. So he can get any learnings from the test book. Nice. That's a nice, simple update. One other thing that we should probably do before I push this is the characters that are already on the server, we need a way to set which game they are in. So on edit, oh, this is going to be interesting. On edit, we need to say first of all, we need a new class, the edit character view model. Which is going to contain a which is going to be a character. Come on. Don't flake out on me now, Visual Studio. Ooh, I almost forgot. Almost forgot. Almost forgot a link to the stream in the Discord channel. Very important. People care about that kind of thing. Okay, that gave this time to catch up. So the edit character view model, as well as having everything else, is going to have a public list of games. So in the edit, the create should probably have this as well. It'd make life much easier. However, in the edit, we can say var player games equals context games include app user games. This is going to be a bit mental. Where app user games any app user ID equals user.id. Okay. So you're saying get all the games that I am a player in. And that are using the same book that my character currently has assigned. Alright. Yes. So you can create a character who is assigned to a book, but you can only switch in between games that use that book. So it's like a rule book. You can't switch character from one rule book to a game that uses a different rule book. That just doesn't make sense. We might have the ability to port them at some point. To list async. Await. Return. Model equals new edit character view model. Games equals player games. Now the rest of it's going to be a bit awkward. So maybe, just maybe, I make it not be a character. I just make it have a character. Now it's going to freak out because edit character I'm going to have to say is it going to be happy with that? I think it will. Maybe. Yeah, he'll totally be happy with that. And then I need to go to, I don't know, let's go to add learning. Steal this. Put it there. Change that to games. I feel like I've kind of gone off the beaten path of what I was trying to do, but that's okay. I think all I need is the something or other. And then I want to steal this. Sure. That wants to be for character.gameID. Character.books. No, book. No. Model books. Games, not books, games. x.character.gameID. Ooh, this is a little bit mental, but it is going to work. Maybe. Let's find out. Now I think what that's going to do is it's going to let us move characters between games as long as they have the same book. What's that complaining about? Oh, I don't want a list box. I don't want a list box. God damn it, I keep making that mistake. Shouldn't be a list box, it should be a drop down. Speaking of which, it should also be a drop down in the add learning one. I don't know why I did a list box. A list box allows multi-selection, and we don't want that. Why is that empty? Ah, that works, right? It's empty because the other guy doesn't have a book. See, doesn't have a book. Which means if you were to create a game that didn't have a book, then he could join that, but there are no games that don't have books. So if I make a game... do I already have a game that uses test book 2? No. Let's create a new game that uses test book 2. Test of book 2 game. I create a character for that. Test book 2 Leo. Good. And then if I make a game test book 2 game 2. I know the naming isn't great, but it's accurate. When I go to El Bob, I can say, oh shit, it didn't work. Oh no, it's test book 2 Leo, right? He can go to test book game 2 instead. And now he's in test book 2 game... Wait. He hasn't moved. Why hasn't he moved? He hasn't moved because... of that. Now it'll actually move in. Testbook Tulio. Please move games. Right? He's in game 2. He's in game 2. Okay, I've made some sort of mistake in here. It's interesting though, because that should be setting it. It should be setting character game ID to the game ID of the game when we select it on the drop down. Wonder why it's not. I wonder why it's not. It's getting the game ID because it's setting it correctly. Well, let's verify that. Come on, do me a solid. Games has got game 0, which has an ID of 2. And game 2, which has an ID of 3. The character has an ID of 2. So that should change it to an ID of 3. And that should change the game ID to 3. Why is it not? What am I missing? What am I missing? Drop down list for the game ID. Go through the games, select their names and their ID. Oh, there was an issue here, right? There was an issue here. Where was it? It was in... Well, no, because it's working for the game, right? It's working for the game where I'm getting a list of books. Adding them to the model. Create game. Create book. No, create game. So you can get a drop-down list of the books. Get the name and the ID and set the book ID based on that. And that is working. We know that because we made test game 2. Right? We made test book 2 game 2. Test book 2 game. Let's nose about the dictionary at test book 2 game 2. Yeah, so they use book ID 3, so that is working. Which means theoretically this should work as well. Yet for some reason it is not. But I bet I can make it work by going here and saying instead of taking a character, you're taking an edit character view model. Resharper is thinking. Let's steal that. Dump it in there. Now I reckon it'll maybe work, possibly, potentially. It might not. But why? Why is that not updating the game ID? Lily has both games. I sure do feel like that should work. Set the character's game ID to be one of these. Set the character's book ID to be one of these. Where's create book? Create's different though. Create isn't binding to something that already exists. It's the binding to something that already exists that is screwing up. Let's ponder this. Right, what happens if I try and edit one of the other fields? Is it just not updating character? Like, what happens if I try and update the description of the character? I have a description now. No, look, it's updating the description. Which means it should be updating the game. Ba 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 ba. It should be updating the game based on this. Because we're doing the same thing we're doing for the description. And I've got nothing telling it to limit what it passes through. There it is. You see that? There it is. This is overwriting it. It can't have two inputs for the same thing. Whew, got there in the end. Now it'll work. I firmly believe. I have faith. Yeah, look at that. Cool. So now you can move characters between games. As long as they share the same book. And I think that's cool. Are there any changes to that? We added book ID to a character. Yeah. And then we... Okay. Added books to characters and enabled moving between games that share books. Nice. So let's push those changes. Watch it explode. Firmly expect it to explode, but it might not. So let's push that. Let's publish this. And then I might need to write a little SQL script to update everyone's books who's currently been created. And I shall explain why when we visit the real web page after it publishes. Dee 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 dee. So, if I go to my characters now, I've got Zarnak in the Foreign Lands. You can see that it says he doesn't have a book. And if I go to edit, it'll only let him go to Callum's Big Adventure, because Callum's Big Adventure does not have a book. So what I need to do is write a new query, and I need to say let's have a look. We've got our characters. We've got our games. So my query needs to say, in fact I'm not going to do it by query, we'll just do it by hand. Game 22 uses no books, that's fine. The foreign lands uses book 1. So 23 is book 1. And 25 is book 28. There we go. So now if I go back to Zarnak, I can see that he is in the foreign lands. And if I create a new game in the core called Callum's Core Testing Game, then I can go to Zarnak and I can move him to my testing game. Because they share a rulebook. Very nice. So when you create, you can't actually say I don't want to use a book currently. But I'm happy with that restriction. So that's really cool. So, what do I want to add now? I would like to add the concept of a character template. Which is like a human, an orc, a dragon, I think that'd be quite good. And then I can, then when you create a character, you can pick from the templates and it'll set up like your health and stuff like that. I also think a character needs to have the concept of levels. I think a book, as well as having, one thing we should add, I think a book, as well as having a name and a description, should have initial, no, starting generics, starting specializations, starting generic count, starting specialization count. So this is when you create a character, how many you're allowed to pick of each type. So for that, let's do the old add migration, added starting learnings to books. That's cool. Let's update the database. Nice. So now awesome. I'm gonna edit my book to have 2, 3 and 1, 1. Then we can say when you edit a character, no, when you add a learning to a character, we can say get all the learnings. This is going to be real weird. Where learning type equals generic and okay, generic count equals character dot character learnings where learning type generic count. Is that saying that should be asynchronous? Oh no, I can just yeah, okay. Okay. Specialized count, character learnings count. Specialized. So I want to say Ooh, I can do .accept, right? No? I guess I can do a where. Less than character book starting generic count, or this is a weird way of doing it, but it's totally gonna work. Specialized and specialized count is less than character book starting specialized count. Okay, so that's going to say if it's generic and you haven't got all your generics, add it. If it's specialized and you haven't got all your specializeds, add it. Now this might explode at this point. Let's find out. Might explode right here because well, okay, it's not going to explode yet. But it might explode now. Yeah. Hey James, can generics count equals 0 and starting generic count equals 0, in which case 0 is not less than 0? Is that a problem? No, because if it's 0, if starting is 0 and you have 0, then you're not allowed to add any, right? Hey, Mevib! Not sure how you feel about this stuff I'm doing right now, but I did add some functionality. So this is the rule for if they are allowed to add it. So if the starting generic count is 0 and they have 0, they're just not allowed to add it. They'd have to have -1. Too busy with your present day learnings. Yeah, I saw that, man. I saw that. Was that a counter to Cal's normal life learnings? I guess they're two separate things, right? Normal life is for commoners, yeah. How do you get starting generic count greater than 0? You configure it in your book. So when you create a book, you say, based on my core rule set, you're allowed to start with 2 general, 3 specific. Yeah, medieval commoners. I get you, man. You know, the more I implement this, the more I'm thinking starting generics and starting specialized should really be part of like a character template as opposed to being in the book. But I guess if you wanted to make a character without a template, it could use the book rule. I think the rulebook specifying how many you start with is fair. You could always tweak it with birthings, maybe? Or, yeah, character templates. We'll have things to override it. I think having a default in the book is fair. IRL, people get generic skills before specialized, so perhaps generics equals 3 and specialized equals 0 or 1. That's true, and that is a debate that needs to be had. But I leave that. I mean, it will be based on the book, right? So it could be whatever people pick. That would be one to take up with Mevib and Cal. They seem to be running the show on the core rulebook, which I'm okay with. Name can be simplified, really? Oh, I can just put long, cool. So that exploded because I probably shouldn't get it from character learnings. No, I probably should get it from character learnings. I just need to do that thing. Just need to do that weird thing that I did in... Was it game controller details? No. Was it game controller edit? No. Was it in here? No. Was it in here? Yes. There we go, that'll fix it. It's not an ideal fix, but I'll tidy it later. I have been making these nice helper functions in my extension methods for like getting a game and hooking up everything you'll need for a game. Or that you'll usually need. Which is quite nice, but I haven't made one of those for this stuff yet. Well, actually, where was that? Character add learnings. Find game, remove player. Yeah, I haven't made a find character one yet. Go into their own DLL, or a DLL's not a web thing. DLLs are a web thing. It's just the same as any other thing. I could make separate projects for all this stuff, and arguably I should, and maybe one day I will. But for now I've just got a folder called extensions, with my extension methods in it. If I really want to clean up the code base, I will split it up into like different projects for the different layers, and I'll actually, instead of doing everything in the controllers, I'll make like a service layer or something to actually do the logic. For now, it's all getting crammed in the controllers. Yeah, totally. It might get a bit unwieldy. It's already getting a bit unwieldy, but I really do need some sort of service layer, like a business layer with the logic in it. But for now, whatever. It'll be fine. It'll totally be fine. I don't apply the same standards to my own code that I do my work code, which is probably a problem, but not really, because I get paid to apply those standards in work. Here, ain't nobody got time for that shit, and that's a fact. According to Callum, stuff like integrations would be skills, not learnings. Totally, the learning would be mathematics, and then you might have a specialized learning that was advanced mathematics. Although I guess you might just have mathematics and then you'd have master level mathematics as a generic. I don't know. But I think for that example it would be basic and master on the generic mathematics. Probably. Because you can use mathematics for a whole load of stuff. It's more a case of how specific the knowledge is in terms of what it lets you do. So you would have mathematics basic, which would be a generic, and then the master of mathematics would also be generic. Because it lets you do a lot of things, so it's still generic, it's just you've reached a higher tier in that mathematics. It's kind of how I feel about it. But we do kind of... But yes, integrations would definitely be a skill. I, a lawful good master mathematician, cast a spell of square root of -2 to bind thee. If you had spell casting, I might allow it. Although I think square root of -2, a spell of square root -2, would make you... it would make you imaginary, right? Is that right? Imaginary numbers? Souls, math, spellcasting. Yeah, something like that. Make you imaginary and thus bound to a living human. Oh, because someone has to be imagining you. Right? But when you say it's a joke, don't delve too far into it. We've been having debates about skills, and I think that would be a totally valid use of a skill. I think the skill check on it would be really high, because it's obviously quite a potent ability. But, plausibly, it might be allowed. I don't think it'd be in the core rulebook. But that's the kind of creative thought that this game is supposed to encourage. Move says, I would say it depends on who it's cast upon. Binding a goblin or an insane GU to you is a bad idea. Well, yeah, true. And just because they're imaginary, would you be able to then remove them? Bind you to someone's imagination, and then cast a spell of forgetfulness on your holder, thus dismissing you from this plane. It would just make you not exist anymore, right? As opposed to dismissing you. You would be gone. It'd be like disintegrate. Unless you had some setting where the imagination world was a real place, where people's imagination was tapping into the imagination world. Like in South Park with what? Imagination Land? If you had that, maybe it'd work that way. Metaphysically cool discussion. Yeah. What was I doing? I was checking if this had worked. There's no more learnings, but that makes sense. Woo! Yeah, I thought that might explode. I did think that might explode. If there's no learnings and you try to... You're back at work, but your girlfriend is still watching and laughing at your imagination comments. Well, that's good, man. That's good. I never trust you when you say you're back at work, man. You always say, okay, I'm leaving now to do work, and then a minute later you'll be like, by the way... And then you'll go, okay, I'm leaving now for real. And then a minute later you'll be like, you know, just one more thing. And then you'll go, okay, this time I really am leaving. And then I'll be like, right, time to knuckle down, James has left. And then I'll see, did you know? Mevib says, can you check my present day learnings and tell me what to add? Google Foo, that's a good one, man. Not sure why you made hand grenades be one word. And I would probably open that up a bit more to be like explosives. Or like handheld explosives. Or like something else. TV lore. I can't believe you don't have memology in there, man. You don't have memology in there. It's very important in this day and age. Internet security. That's a good one, man. That is a good one. It shows how times have progressed that computer use is now a generic. How things have changed in the past 20 years. Did you see I added the ability to move characters, Mevib? Oh yes, Zarnak is gone. Well, not gone. I've hidden him away. I'll put him back. Right. That was crashing because it was crashing in the view model. In the view. Not the view model. In the view. It was crashing in the view. It was saying... I think it was saying, like, I don't have any learnings. So how can I make a drop-down list? I think that's what it was saying. Not null though, so... It's happy until you hit submit. And then when you hit submit, it goes boom. Oh look, learnings is now null. Ah, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. I think I know why. Maybe. Maybe not, but maybe. If I go here. God, it's hot. It is hot in England today. Model state is not valid because you haven't selected a learning. Interestingly, it's setting learnings to be null. And it's setting learnings to be null because at this point, when it creates the list of learnings to pass through, there aren't any. So it's freaking the F out. So what I really need to do is... say if model... No, actually I can just put a question mark there, right? And then I can just put a question mark there. If in doubt when it comes to nulls in .NET, just put a bunch of question marks everywhere and you'll be fine. I bet that fixed it as well. Well, okay. It didn't quite fix it. There is no view data item of type IEnumerable select item list that has the key learning ID. And that broke on line 24. Because it's not providing a list. Okay, fine. Fine, I'll get rid of the question marks. I'll hack it another way. If one hack doesn't work, just try another. Nothing better than a hack. That hack will probably work. Yeah. Now, I should probably just not let you visit that page if you've already maxed out your learnings. There's also no way to remove a learning currently. We need to add that. So we'll do that. We'll tidy up the learning stuff for a while. Details. Okay, I'm using this all over the place. Let's do a little refactor. Find character by ID. Can't believe you haven't made LDS yet. I guess he'll come in later. Character equals context. Characters include the book. Hello, Don Link. What am I making here? I am making a website for a game. I would explain further, but it's fairly complex, and I've already explained it many times, and I'm not sure I can motivate myself to explain it again. But all will become apparent over time. If character equals null, return character. Wait. Load async. No. First order default async. Await. Expression is always null. Yeah, no shit, man. Okay, return null. Await. No. For each learning in character dot I knew Mevid would pick up the slack and explain it. Much appreciated, Mevid. I've had to explain it so many times. Load. Is it everything we need for a character? Owner. Oh, the owner. Okay. So now here, I can say find character ID. What's that complaining about? Expression. Oh, right. Oh, wait. Then I can get rid of that. That's nice. Then that's the game controller. Character ID. That's cool. Get rid of that. That's better. That means I can get rid of that. That's still nasty. I'm only using it in one place, so it's okay for now. That's the most awful line of link in the world. But it works. So I'm not going to touch it.
WeVibe said testing.
Mevib! You just can't be doing that shit, man. You just can't be doing that shit. Is there anywhere else we're using that? Probably in, like, character edit. No, in character we don't need anything special. Sod it. Let's go the whole hog. But you're pulling back parts of the character that you don't need. You're just making sure that I wasn't lying about it grabbing me over tabs. No, it definitely does, man. It's actually incredibly annoying / useful. I'll do that. It's going to pull back way more data than we need, but I don't care. I just don't care. I'd rather use the same thing everywhere. Annoying for me, useful for you. Yeah. That sums it up. So that's different. That's getting all the characters, so I won't change that. All the characters that you own. Right, what changes have I actually made? I've updated the book to have specialization counts, and then I was going to... That's what I was doing. I was saying... in character details... That's game details. In character details... I was saying... if model... Okay, that's incredibly annoying. I know I said I was only using that in one place, but I've just realised I need to use it in two. This stuff. So let's... add a new class, character, extensions. Let's use a tuple. Get current, get learning counts. I do love a good tuple. Heavily underused. Yoink. Import types. What types? Sure. Import whatever you want. Return generic count equal generic count specialized count. There we go. And then I can say var learning counts equals character get learning counts generics learning counts specs, and then in details and then in details, and then in details, and then, and then, and then, and then, and then. Get remaining learning counts. If character dot book equals null, return int dot max value, int dot max value. Otherwise, return character book, starting generic count. Minus learning counts, generics. Now this isn't the best way of doing it. Character book, starting specialization count, minus learning counts, specs. Noob says, wait, you're working on adding birthings now, right? Wrong. Although I do plan on adding them today. I'm just tidying up the learning stuff a bit. So then, in here, you can just make a book for them. For what? Birthings. But birthings will be in the same book as the learnings, man. It won't be two different books. I guess you can copy paste it later. There's a discussion that needs to be had on birthings, but we can do that later when I'm working on it. Var learnings left equals character dot get remaining learnings, and then here I can just say learnings left generics is greater than 0. Learnings left specs is greater than 0. Your birthings won't be in core, they're going to be in a book of monstrous traits. Well, that's going to be real interesting then. Books are definitely going to be a combination of learnings, birthings, like creatures, stuff like that. Maybe not creatures, something a bit more vague than that. Separate lists, man. Separate lists within the book. So within the book, you'll be able to say view the learnings in the book. Then you'll be able to say view the learnings within the book, view the view the whatever. Hello, raw exploiter. I don't know who you are when you say you're back. I've literally never seen your name in my life. But I clearly must know who you are because you've been modded. So the question is, who are you? Who knows? You just changed the name. Remember the Russian name. There's quite a few Russians kicking about here. You'd be surprised. You know, Russian name doesn't really narrow it down much. Oh, no, is it Nikita, the missile guy? I don't think I modded Nikita, did I? Well, as I don't know who you are, you're losing your mod ship. I'm sorry. It's a harsh life. I don't know who you are, man. I can't just leave. The whole point of the mods is that I recognize them and understand who they are. This is almost as sad as when I learnt that Mevib wasn't Top Keck. Phew, that was a real killer. If I can remember who you are, man, you'll get that mod ship back. But right now you are just a complete random. I'm sorry to say it. Oh, you corrupted Kerbanaut! Man, there you go. Have it back. Ah, yes. The man in the Discord who never says a word but is always online. Okay. I'm not letting you pull a Mevib on me. I would like proof that you are corrupted Kerbanaut. Post a message. I'm not falling for Mevib's tricks again. I refuse to fall for Mevib's tricks.
We've said area.
God damn it, Mevib!
Area.
Also, good job, man. Good job. I believe you. I swear, man, you're gonna lose that TTS. You're treading a thin line. Right, what was I doing? Oh, I was adding an if here. God damn it. Yeah, whatever. If model dot get remaining learning counts kind of dumb doing this twice, but whatever. It's all about making it functional right now. So what am I working on right now? I'll show you. I'm working on a website for creating games, creating characters for those games, setting up sessions to play those games, and then playing those games. With games being games of the hot new tabletop RPG that is going to challenge Dungeons and Dragons and pull it down from the heights. It's not really, but that's the idea. It's that kind of game. Why is ad learning still there? Why is that still there? Oh, because he hasn't maxed out his learnings. You have HTTP tunneling custom TCP. But there are custom TCPs. What are you talking about, man? You've gone crazy. You're just saying TCP a lot. Make everyone complete shit and make QQ black flag good. That could work. I know what TCP is, man. I know what TCP is. Hey, Cal. Cal says it's 12:14, but I'm seeing messages that are from 12:15. It's 12:16, man. Well, 16:16. So that was showing add learning, even though there's no more learnings to add. There's no more learnings in the book. I'm not sure I'm going to risk opening your website in my browser, man. I'm just not sure I'm going to risk it. I've been bitten too many times for me to do such a thing. How can I hide that link? I mean, I can, but it's going to be awkward. I can do like model.book. Oh no, I can't. Because it's custom, it has no security. That doesn't make sense, man. It can have security without being custom. It can be custom and have security. I mean, I wouldn't go to too much effort spinning it up, man, because there's literally no way I'm clicking on a link that you post. There's literally no way. Someone else can click it, but I'm not. And that's a fact. What I want to do is make it so that you can't go to the add learning page, or you can't click to go to it. You can manually navigate to it, but you can't click to go to it if there are no learnings left in the book that you don't own. But how often are you going to have every single learning in a book? Not that often. So sod it. Bro, Nobody is ever going to click on that link. That is the least trustworthy looking link I've ever seen in my life. You would have to be totally batshit crazy to click on that link. I've literally never seen a website link that looks shadier than that link in my entire life. And that's not hating on you, it's just, if you want people to click on your websites, make them HTTPS, and make them not look like a line from the Matrix. I'm not joining the room, Mevib. You're gonna force wax to pop up on my screen. My server is on 127.001.443.16. Yeah. It sure is. At least my local server. Two, so if I edit this to be 1-1, I can host it on Play It. Why would I do that, man? I'm not doing stuff half-assedly. I'm hosting it on Azure. And then I've got my domain forwarding to it. I'm not going to host on some weird site. I've got at least a vague bit of professionalism. It's still saying add learning. Oh. Oh? I'm not really making money, Mevib. Not yet. Why isn't it finding any? Is this guy in a different book? Test book 2. Ah, he's in test book 2, okay. It's test book that I added the learnings to. So if I add a spec and I add... Oh look, it filtered the other spec out. Imagine using Azure to host a gaming server. Why wouldn't you use Azure to host a gaming server? You absolutely would use Azure to host a gaming server. 100%. I would anyway. Personally. Why does he still have bad learning? I set that to 1-1, right? Oh, I set it to 2-1. Okay, let's set it to 1-1. And that add learning button should disappear. Yes, look at that. Cool. So let's push that. Let's update the database. Push the site. And then I need to go into the database and I need to modify the core rulebook in the database. Let's close all these. Okay, move it. Core. We're going 2-3, right? 2-3? My book is gonna have 5-5. Goblin Schmel, Goblin Schmack can have 4-4. Normal Life can have 2-3. I'll do 2-3 for the rest. And then we need to add the UI for modifying those values for a given book without me hacking it in the database. So when you create a book, we want you made Goblin Schmel and Goblin Schmack birthings. That's pretty good, man. They definitely need to be a thing. There we go, and then we need to put those in the edit as well. There we go. Hey, look at that. I need to get rid of this owner ID field. Let's push that. Wait, I need to learn from my mistakes here. I thought so. I thought editing a book wasn't actually going to do anything right now. I'll find a nice way to do this in the future. But for now, that's fine. Nobody even noticed you can't edit books. Alright, I didn't test that locally, which is always a risk. But I think it'll work. Do I own any books? Yes. Nice! Look at that. I need to add it to the details page. I can't believe you haven't added a description for the core book, man. Talk about lazy. Welcome back, Cal. Willkommen backen. Book details. Let's just slam them in here. You can't actually edit any descriptions. For what? For books. Well, I literally only just fixed an issue where nobody could edit books. Like it'd save, but it wouldn't actually make the edit. I only just noticed now that it literally was never saving any edits for books. Should be working now. Hey James, do I mean for games, books, learnings to be visible if not logged in? Yeah, I sure do. Why not, right? It'll encourage people to sign up. If they just see a website where they literally can't see anything, they're gonna go, F that. If they look through and they go, ooh, look, there's a game. Ooh, look, it's got this book. Ooh, I wish I could play in that game. And then it'll go, wrong. Sign in, mother effer. And they'll go, oh, okay, I guess I'll sign in. If they just have a blank web page that says sign in, they're gonna go, F that. You know? You have to at least leave a teaser, like why don't you sign up? So I should be able to edit my book now. Yeet, yeet, yeet. Yay! There you go, you should be able to edit now. Has Mevib told me to check out Callum's Book of Wizardry yet? Oh, I saw that. Are these the groupings? Are these the groupings? Check Discord. Well, go on then. I don't understand. It's just an image of a white page. Those are the generics to each of them. Oh, I see. I see, I see. If that's the way we're going to work it, where you have to have a generic to get specializations, and they are grouped in that kind of thing, which does kind of make sense. I'm not opposed to it. Then we can do some quite nice stuff. Are we agreed that that's how it should work? Because if we are, then we can do something pretty smart. The question is, would you ever have a specialization that did not have a parent generic? Would you ever have a specialization that did not have a parent generic? Now, ideally, the answer to that is no. They would always have a parent generic. Because then we can make it quite clean. I think I'm leaning towards saying it should be that, right? You can know how to barbecue but still be able to burn water. So if I go to Notepad, it'd make the book look a lot nicer. Because it'd be like, learnings, fighting. So that would be the generic. And then you would have the specializations in here. Doesn't really work for spellcasting. Plus... Yeah, I don't know. Unless you did have spellcasting specific ones. But I think spellcasting specifics would be like... What would spellcasting specifics be? Maybe enchantment? James says conflict resolution, generic. Parent of peaceful, violent. Peaceful parent of communicating, negotiating. Violent parent of fighting. You could get quite involved with that design. But then you're going into a total full-on branching structure. So Cal, I think Mevib is currently just using another learning book for Birthings. But we're going to implement Birthings and then we'll port everything over from the learning book into a Birthings book. And I should be able to do that with a SQL query. So just put the... put your Birthings in another book as learnings, and I will turn them into Birthings later with some SQL wizardry. Any monster can have fire breath, it just makes your elf a fire whatever. A kobold can have incorporeal, that just makes him a ghost kobold. This is why Birthings need nailing down, because I can't implement it until we understand how we're going to do it. What was I doing for now? I've got specializations sorted out. You know what I'd quite like to add? I need to add removing a learning. There should indeed be race-specific ones, and that is where that is where the character template idea comes in, where a book will have a series of character templates, and then you can take a character template and you can expand upon it. So in a game, when a character's made, no, there'll be plenty of race-specific things, man. A dragon will have dragon-specific birthings. As in, when you create a dragon, it will come with those birthings. And that's where the template comes in. You'd have like a dragon template. But then you could modify that template after the fact. And the templates would be in the book. Hey, temp! Anyway, let's add the ability to remove a learning, because we haven't done that yet. Remove learning. And that would take character ID and a learning ID. James says designers are on page 40 of design document. Poor programmers are back on page 3. That is exactly what's happening, James. And it's okay. It's pretty good, actually. Because it means I can add some of the more complex design ideas whilst working on the initial stuff. Carl says, like Mevib, I agree with everything you've got there, but maybe the specialized are the ones for race specific for ease of player. This is where it comes into the books. The books and the game rules. Right, so if we're removing a learning, first... I really need to find a way to make these on every single page. Have I gotten as a project page to capture these notes, design decisions? I really should make one. I really should make one. I thought about making one and giving these guys access. Carl says, who thought getting double learnings was okay? If learning ID equals null, return not found. Character equals context, find character, character ID. Goblin Smell and Goblin Smack are 2 OP. If character owner ID does not equal... Oh, I need to get the user. Yoink. If character learnings return not found. Character learnings. Actually, var learning to remove equals that. If learning to remove equals null, return not found. Otherwise, remove it. Characters. Update. Character. Save changes. And redirect to details, please. I'm not going to the Discord, Mevib. You'll just do TTS again. Oh, okay. Very good. Okay, so now we have the ability to remove a learning. That is a post. So, in details, for each learning, this is going to be weird as hell. If I need to turn this into a nice little helper. This is gonna look nasty. Remove learning. Character ID equals that. Learning ID equals learning ID. Yeah! Actually, let's do this right. You hate that core is the base thing it's always set to. What do you mean? When you go to add learning. Do you mean when you do create new learning, it always goes to the default? Would you like me to fix that, Mevib? Would you like me to fix that? You just go to discord.com, James. It should auto take you there. Discord.com. And then you can do a open in web browser. I haven't downloaded the app. I'd get spammed too much. So if I go to characters, it says add learning, but we all know that means remove learning. And I get a 405. Yay! We're getting there. Let's make that at least say remove learning. Callum would die if he had the app, yeah. Right, why did that fail? Why did I get a 405? Let's find out. Characters remove learning. I mean, I am logged in. Characters remove learning. Character ID 4, learning ID 6. Why am I getting a 405? I forget what 405 is. Method not allowed. Oh, because it's a put, right? Because it's a post. Yeah. Sold it! It's not being a post then. You have to add a description to everything in core and my book. Okay, you're not being a post anymore, even though you should be a post. I don't care. Yay! Look at that. Right, let's do that one fix for Mevib and then we'll push the update. What was the fix for Mevib? That create new. ASP roots. Book ID equals model model oh Will this work? I mean, it might work. Will it work? I don't understand how that was working before. All I want, once you edit a learning, have it go back to that book instead of the learnings page. Alright guys. That one's easier to do than Mevib's suggestion, so I'm sorry Mevib. When you edit a learning, have it go back to the book instead of the learnings page. I'm getting rid of that back to list. So what you're saying is you want it to go back... So currently when you edit a learning, it takes you back to the learning, right? Are you saying you don't want it to go back to the learning? You want it to go back to the book? I mean, if that's what you want. If that's what you want. So you don't have to click view learnings all over again. And the book that you want and books. Right, just to clarify, when you say the book, do you mean the book or do you mean the list of learnings? Because they're two different things. Right, okay. Maybe that works. Also, you know bookmarks exist, right? And you know the back button works. However... So right, my name's Cal, I'm going into a book. I'm going to view the learnings, I'm going to edit this. I'm going to add a description, Callum is the greatest. I'm going to hit save. Is that what you want? Is that the behavior you would like? Exactly that. Deal. Right. I guess I'll push that then. I sure hope there's no half-broken fixes in there. There you go. What else did I change when I pushed there? I feel like I changed something else, right? Oh shit, I changed a lot of stuff. What the hell have I done? Did some refactoring. Limited learnings. Added the ability to remove learnings. Okay. Refactored. Added limits to learnings. Added ability to remove learnings from a character. Made Cal stop crying like a baby. Addendum. Mevib is still crying. Right, what was I going to fix for Mevib? I was going to make it so the... Hey, Stevie420. Auto going to core. Ah, yes. The auto going to core. Auto going to core, huh? Auto going to core. What am I doing? I'm making a website. Auto go to core when you create a learning, right? Yes, that was it. Okay, that might not be too bad then. I think I was looking at the wrong thing before. Learnings create. Would backstabbing be a learning? See, I don't think so. I think it'd be a skill. It'd be a skill that used like... I know you did your best, man. And I appreciate it, because it's good to have a initial set to work with so we can actually think about it, because is backstabbing a learning is a good question. It's better to have a list and look at it and ponder it than to not have a list. So, I don't say this often, Mevib, but I appreciate what you did. And yeah, Cal's... there has to be a consensus on deletions. Cal says, deleting still brings you to learnings page. Deleting what? Deleting what brings you to the learning page? Am I using Python? No. I'm using .NET Core. You deleted backstabbing. But it could have used a rename, Cal. It could have just been renamed. Renamed. Whoa, Cal, did you seriously delete the goblin stuff? Did you delete Goblin Schmel and Goblin Schmack? I've given Cal too much power. Cal's all, I can be totally responsible with power, don't you worry about it. And then he goes mad with power. Mad with power. Thanks, Stevie. It was immortality with an upside. Yeah, but it's just memeing. They're not in the core rulebook, are they? You guys have totally distracted me from what I was doing. I was trying to fix Mevib's problem, and then I got distracted by Cal saying that deletion takes you to the learning page. Right, you know what I'm adding as a priority? I'm losing track of everything. Uh... When did I start programming? 2002. $18 years, sure. New. Accepted. Denied. Fixed. State. Current state. Add migration, adding suggestions. You guys are funny. So it's adding the suggestion table. Good. Hey, Brian! Add controller. Suggestion. That's fine. Authorize. Delete that. Authorize. Delete that. Authorize. 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 Current state, delete that. Current state, delete that. Right, I will be back in like 5 minutes. In the meantime, everyone join the blank room. Any more for any more? Any more for any more? We got 3. Any more for the challenge of a lifetime? We got 4. We got 5. 5 is gonna have to do it. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Enjoy. I am back. One second, I need to get chat back up. Whew. Ah, I got. Did you know you can play this game with a controller? I'm not even joking. In fact, where's my controller? I'm going to switch to controller. Controller support! Truly, we are living in the modern age. Uh-oh. I know we've gone a bit off tangent here. To be fair, it's actually quite hard to play with a controller. Stop just trying to clip out of bounds, guys. It's really hard with a controller. Time to get shit real. Ugh. Uh-oh. Wax. Truly the best game I ever made. I'm coming for you, Kerbanaut. Ah! I really need to fix it so you can't get out of bounds. Ah! Cow! Why is my computer too strong to go out of bounds? You can only get out of bounds if you've got a really shitty computer. It's a sad fact. Got him! Don't let him out. Don't let him out. Don't let him out of bounds. Where's he going? He's gone somewhere. Got him. It's a shame my max code doesn't work anymore, like locally. I'd have to remake the entire game. Uh-oh. Got him. This is my corner. Stay away. He's too strong. He's too strong. Cal, you're so predictable, man. Uh-oh. You know, Max really does get more fun the more people are playing. To get there, Brian, I added a little Easter egg to the website. If you go into chat and you type !Mwax, it will take you to the website. And it will take everyone else in chat to the website as well. Oh, it's always a risk. Got him. You totally get more than 1 point for killing someone with the super shot. It's so hard to aim. Carl, are you still trying to clip out of bounds? Oh, did he manage? No, he's over there. Right? Yeah, there he is. Good old predictable Carl. Who's got 5 kills? Demon guy. Whoever the devil guy is. I need to take him out. I can't not be top of the leaderboard in my own game. Yes! Right, I can retire now. Whew! Gotta use capital letters, Brian. You gotta do wax. Right. Back to actually doing some stuff for the site, huh? As fun as Moax is. Right, I was adding a suggestion page. A very basic suggestion page. Oh, were you the demon guy, Mevib? I saw you farming kills off Kerbonaut. Dee 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 dee. Anyone who's logged in can create one. Suggestion. There need to be training bots because you went to practice aim and shield speed. Yeah. I'd have to program bots for that, and that just ain't happening, yo. This is very important, this change. Important. When is Callum making Baldur's Re? Who knows? Don't know why Insists on doing all this view data stuff. All this. I guess it's worthwhile. Exactly, the website is going to be tested with the first game of the extravaganza. That's the plan, if we can get it to that point. Let's just sort out the views for suggestions. You cannot modify the current state when you create one. You can't modify the owner ID. You can modify the summary and the detail. And that's it. Is that gonna work? I don't really care how tidy the suggestions page is. I just want it to exist. Oob says, the thing I'm sad about is you can see before you joined in the chat room. What do you mean? Oh, you can't see, like, what was said before it? Is that what you mean? The suggestions page is going to be very, very hacky, not very nice. Oh yeah, when it becomes real, I'll definitely be adding history to the chat. Make a suggestions page. We need the ability to post suggestions so that we can track them easily. God damn it. You're not supposed to be able to modify these. $401. Why are we getting a 401? Ah, of course. Of course. I would like 2 hiddens, please. Three hiddens. Good. Cal broke wax. What? Cal, you son of a gun. I can't believe you've done this. Right, let's push that. First, let's update the database. Right, you guys go nuts with your suggestions. Anything you want me to do that I haven't done yet. And don't put kill yourself. Let's make sure this works. I mean, it sort of does. Owner's a bit whack. Let's sort that out. It was actually quite easy and in Discord now. What, how to break it? Oh yeah, there's a limit of 20 people. We've just never hit that limit before. I thought, you know what? We'll never get 20 people playing Moax. I didn't take into account spam just Cal just spamming Windows. Right, let's push that. I'm ready for the spam on that suggestions page. I'm ready for it. I know it's going to exist. It always does. Did you enjoy Mwax, Kerbonaut? Did you enjoy Mwax? Punish Cal. Pick a reason why. From Patino. That's pretty good. Three, two. Wait, did someone delete that? Make it to where we can see before us in chat rooms. That would be nice. Make it to where Mevib has a grasp of the English language. Right. Let's push that. Added basic suggestion page. I saw you deleted it, Brian. Right. I was going to try and fix that thing for me, Vib. I keep putting it off. When you create a learning, you don't want the default to be... Yeah, okay. You'd like to make a Roblox character for Mwax. You need the template files again. I don't know if I actually can update Mwax. I actually don't know if I can update it. Which is a shame, because I did like people submitting new characters. I do have the template file somewhere. I just don't know if I have... I'll have to look. I'll have to look. I'm not sure that I actually have access to the Mwax hosting anymore. I think it's just up for eternity. Long book ID. book ID equals book ID value. If book ID equals null, no wait, book ID get value or default. And that might be enough. I just need to go to the learnings index. Oh right, this is where it becomes a pain. Because I need to pass to create book ID maybe this will work. That's not hacky at all. It's actually massively hacky. It's not the kind of solution I'm happy with, but I want to see if it works. Hey look, it does work. But it's not going to work if you don't have any learnings, so it's not ideal. So put in a new suggestion. In case in chat, when you port it over to games, make it to where the 10 coins flip and it determines successes under the radar and what they do. I.e. you got 6 out of 10 heads with your mastery in swords, but the chat just says 2 hits and then 6 or 8 or 12 damage. Hide mechanics. I mean, I agree with the principle that it is going to do the flips automatically, and it is going to tell them the result of the flip. But it should probably show them the modifiers, etc., right? Probably. Good suggestion, though. It's worth pondering. It won't go under the denied state. It's definitely in there. I agree in principle, but let's see exactly how it will work. Mindset. So, in here, my hack sort of works, but it doesn't really work. What we need is the model to contain the book itself. We want it under the radar so that game chat looks more smooth. But we don't know what game chat's going to look like yet. Maybe it'll look smooth with the details. Maybe there'll be a main game chat, and then there'll be a side window that you can open or close that tells you what actually went into it. Like in Baldur's Gate, how you can Like in Baldur's Gate, how you can turn on like show dice rolls. That kind of thing. That's what you meant, but that's not what you said, man. See, this is awkward. See, this is awkward. Hard coding time. Name. Learning type. For each item in model dot item 1. I'll probably rename item 1 to be learnings. And that might, maybe, possibly, potentially fix Mevib's issue. Maybe? If I go to learning controller index. Hello again, Gaming Croc. Book, details, view learning. Ew. What happened there? What happened there? Okay. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Details, view learnings, create new, go back, go back, go back, test book 2, view learnings, create new, test book 2, click on the learnings tab, there's nothing there, create new, takes you to the core. Right, I'm going to remove this tab. This tab doesn't do anything anymore. And if you try and go to the learning page and you don't provide an ID, then I'm going to return not found. There we go. That fixes Meevib's issue. All these small things do add up, these little quality of life improvements. Let's push that. And then there was that question around learnings. I'd really like to nail down learnings, like 100% before I move on. I'd really like to nail them down. So I think they're close. Yay! There you go, Meevib. I am a generous person. Let the AF put monsters in chat and keep the monster stats out of sight of the players unless the AF types reveal. Also have the damages from the play subtract from the DT so that the monster stuff is done for them without them having to do even more work. Yeah, totally, man. That's the plan. Automate most of it. It's all about reducing the amount of effort needed so that the AF can focus on the actual decisions. The lobbies are now free of Cal's 220. Oh, in Wax. Right, both of Meevib's suggestions are getting the seal of approval. And the seal of approval is a 2. I think it's a 2. No, it's a 1. 2 is denied. Don't make it a 2. What was that one? We can see before I was in chat rooms. I'm actually getting rid of chat rooms, so... There we go. I feel like that doesn't look very nice. But it's just the suggestions page. Nobody said the suggestions page has to look nice. I just threw it in there for the sake of it existing. Nice, nice. Look at that. Right. The next... Well, let me check that in. Creating a learning defaults to be correct book. There was one more thing about learnings I wanted to do. I've made it so that we can remove them. I've hooked them up to how do you add books to your game? Currently it's 1 book per game, man. Currently. Yeah, multiple books would be nicer. That might have large ramifications. Like if books clash. But maybe it's not an issue. Maybe it's not something I need to worry about. Multiple books in a game. I think that makes sense. But I think for now we're going to live off the 1 book system. And then once we've got a single book sorted out, we can tailor it all to be multi-book. So, I think that means it's time to do birthings. You've completed your wax journey. That's good. I think it's time to do birthings. You made Blueby Glob the Octopus Warrior, who uses chain swords. Hey, that's nice, man. The Octopus Warrior. I like it. You're now off the map to a factor of 10 minutes with 500 kills. I'm thinking about renaming birthings. I don't know how controversial an opinion that is. I'm thinking about renaming them to something. Because you might not be born with them. You might not be born with them. You might get one from eating a strange mushroom. What if they were called... I'm just gonna throw out some ideas. So we've got birthings, innates, innate somethings. We've got like passives. I took passives out of learnings. I think they just didn't make sense. We've got it's basically something that is a permanent permanent fixture of a character that is well, a permanent fixture of a character, right? Something that affects their very being, as opposed to being something that they know. It is a racial abilities is a bit whack, man, because you might get one from eating a mushroom. You might eat a magic mushroom that makes you grow 10 feet taller. And that would be a... what would it be? What would it be? I thought innate, but innate kind of, I don't know. Something about it doesn't sit well with me, even though it was the first suggestion that I put down. Passives doesn't sit well with me either. It's like a trait. Is it a trait? I don't think it is a trait. A trait is something different, right? Maybe it is a trait. Not genetic, Cal. Can't have genetic in there. It might not be genetic. You all remember pizza rolls? No. Mevib, are birthings essentially traits? What's your opinion? As much as I rag on Mevib repeatedly, I do appreciate his input and think it's very valuable. Mevib says, I think not. If we have to rename birthings... Go on. What else could they be called? It should be called something like, I don't know, Yeah, that's where I'm at as well, man. I just think birthings sounds a bit dumb and isn't necessary. And I know I came up with birthings. Monstrous abilities, but they might not be monstrous. Like a dwarf might have small. And a kobold might have quick. And an ooze might have slippery. And a ghost would have whatever it was you said earlier, incorporeal. Dwarves are monsters depending on who you ask. Well, yeah, true. And an old man like Zarnak might have ancient. Halves your HP, but gives you extra learnings. Special qualities. Yeah, something along those lines, right? I'm not so sure about the special qualities. But it's the best suggestion so far. It's definitely the best suggestion so far. I'd like to figure out the name now because we're about to start implementing them. Let's do the old synonym. Aspects, traits, features, characteristics. I don't like that it's got character in it, but characteristics really does sum it up quite well. Aspects is quite nice. Idiosyncrasies. Idiosyncrasies is a great one. Quirks. We're picking one of these words. Or we're going with attributes, but I don't like attributes because it has too many connotations in other tabletop games. Peculiarities. Properties. See, properties is alright. That can apply to weapons as well. An ancient weapon. An flying sword. Fire-breathing blackboard. Zero times 2 is still 2, homie. Markings. Yeah, markings is a bit naff.
Hello, old chum. I'm not a elf. I'm not a goblin. I'm a gnome, and you've been gnomed.
I'm sorry, my friends. It had to be done. Let's call them stick some things on. I like it. Lay at Dorovs. Oh, are you looking at these? I'm gonna call them features. Distinctions. Distinctions. Short and sweet, right? That's what we want. Short and sweet. Aspects. 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 Winged. He had a winged aspect. He had a winged aspects. Aspects. We're calling them aspects. Let's get this show on the road. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Miva, what are you talking about? Yoink. AI dungeon multiplayer no longer requires money. wasn't that impressed by AI Dungeon. No, it's just a website. Okay. You know, aspects are going to be really weird. We can worry about that later. There's really nothing in here about books. About learnings. That's interesting. This is a bit risky. Actually, that's alright. A little bit risky, but not that risky. Add migration, added aspects. Adding a new table. Name can't be nullable. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. On deletion of a book, it deletes all of the aspects. Yep, that's fair. Yoink. A character has a collection of character aspects. At least I've done all this for learnings, so I should just be able to go through and copy it all. Let's copy this entire thing. This is a little risky. Mevib no longer exists. My prayers were answered. Let's copy this. God hates me. Sounds about right. Uh-huh. 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 Mm-hmm. 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 Good, good. Good. This might actually not be that bad, you know? Mm-hmm. 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 Good, good. Cal, I think Mevib has driven you crazy over the past couple of months. I am willing to make the claim that a couple of months ago you would not have gone Ree. This is true. It's fine, he's done it to me as well, man. He gets everyone. Both Coco and Mevib have annoyed you a lot. No, that's funny. Let's just copy the entire learning folder. And let's rename it to aspects. And then let's go through them one by one and tidy them up. I mean, I feel like it's just gonna work, honestly. If I take out that. Take out back to list. I hate that crap. Create aspect view model. Hey, did I not create Oh, I didn't add aspect. I didn't do a create aspect. Good, that's just gonna work. Let's copy this entire folder. One day, I will make this not just copy-paste. But it will not be this day. Copy paste. The worst thing you can do as a programmer. It really is. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. I'm looking forward to refactoring all this. Off camera. Almost there, sort of, maybe, possibly a little bit. Carl says, what fever dream have I joined? What is door jam? That's what you get for listening to me, Vib. It's always a risk. Why is that saying context doesn't exist? I mean, it clearly does. There we go. Why is that complaining? Why is that complaining? Dee 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 dee. Let's mix it up a bit. So I did the create. The delete, we can nuke this. Aspect. 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 I realize I'm just saying aspect repeatedly, but it's exactly what we're doing. Nice. Ooh, I cannot wait to refactor all this. It's a total mess. Mm-hmm. Copy this. Put it there. Do that. Get rid of those. Do... Uh-oh, what did I do? Do that. Ooh, crap, I think I've missed out something. No, I haven't. I haven't. It's all good. Maybe that works. Copy that. Paste it there. This is so hacky. Well, I mean, is it hacky? It's just they're basically the same thing. While I'm at it, I'm going to fix this. The fact that add learning has said add user for the past however long. Me Vib just got destroyed. That sounds like something that had happened to me, Vib. We don't have a learning level. There is a very small percentage chance that this actually is just going to work. Nope. Oh, because of this shitty thing. If this works, you guys get to have a real blast. Then the actual implementation of aspects becomes something a bit weird. You're trying to do a real story and me Vib's just killing people in chat. Sounds about right. So, where did I add learnings? Okay, looks like it might be okay. Maybe. Possibly. If you delete character, it deletes those. Yeah, what's the worst that can happen? Okay, we're on my local. Let's update the database. Will this work first time? I've done a whole lot of shady stuff. But maybe it'll work. If it works first time, I'm officially a god. Well, I was close. I was real close. Characters. Add aspect. Godly. I have the godly aspect. Remove exploded. Because that needs to be aspect ID. Nice. And I go to the book. I go to create new. Puts it in test book. I go to book 2. Puts it in test book 2. Good. Let's that actually was relatively easy. A lot of code, but relatively easy. Added aspects. Hey, Steve! I'm adding the concept of aspects to our characters. Which is like stuff like they are small, they are a giant, they have wings, they are a ghost. That kind of stuff. The ability to add that kind of thing to a character. Let's update the database. Let's publish. And let's hope it doesn't explode. It might explode, but it shouldn't. It worked locally. Interestingly, that's empty. Oh no, it's just... Ooh, look at that. Let's fix that quickly. That's super easy to fix. All I have to do is go to book. Display name equals... There we go. And that should solve it. Maybe. Column widths need a bit of work, but you know what? That's okay. In terms of the looks, I'll work on it over time. Fixed column stuff. That's not strictly accurate, but it's good enough. I know what it means. Let's publish that. Cool. Books. Testing. This is a test. Good. Good. It works, sort of. It sort of works. I mean, it does work. Where did... Oh, it's the Book of Monstrous Traits. Okay, let's do a little bit of sequel. Let's refresh that. My sequel's a bit rusty. What we want to do is, if we look at the learnings table, we want to get all the ones from book ID. Which book is it? Mevib is high. Sounds about right. Book ID 26. I think the game would be fun if he wasn't so Mevib-y. Yeah, maybe. 26. So what we want to do is we want to take every entry from book 26 for the learnings, and we want to copy them into the aspects. The only way to do this is to Google it. SQL copy from one table to another. Mevib, I'm doing you a solid. You've broken the AI, it just said Weedman, our hero. Insert into aspects. Book ID. Name. Description. Select book ID, name, description from learnings where learnings dot from learnings as ls where ls dot book ID equals 26. Incorrect syntax, no equals. I don't think you need the double equals. I did it! I don't know if Meebib will appreciate that, but I did it. Whoops. One. No, wait. Book ID, select 1. I did it again! Yay! Yeah? Read what you just said. You said, I've done it. This one wasn't even edited. You didn't say anything, man. That's what the AI said to you. That sounds like a game of C and Re. Also, total lack of appreciation for the fact that I've just implemented aspects. Oh, why haven't you implemented aspects? Here I am. I sweat away, implement aspects, and all you've got to talk about is guacamole. No appreciation. Quite frankly, no appreciation. And while you were there reeing it up with your retarded AI dungeon, I even copied them all across the core for you. You might not want them there, and if you don't, you can delete them. But there they are. What are aspects? Aspects are birthings. You can add them to books. If they're in books, you can add them to characters. Cal has Giga Chad powers over the whole aspect part of the game. I feel like they should be in a different order. Make you Giga Chad. Maybe I would do. I really would do. Because then I could make myself Giga Chad as well. If I made Giga Chad be a list of IDs instead of just one. But I feel like to do that I should implement proper roles instead of just hard coding it everywhere. I think Zarnak should have flight. I think he should have large frame. I feel like he should have unearthly beauty. I feel like he should have goblin smell and goblin schmack. And that's all he needs. Can I make another Easter egg? Something fun. Something like linking XYZ to a web game. I mean, I can do. Question is, do I really want to? Okay, Mevib, you want something fun? You want something fun? That gonna be happy? What does that do? Hey, it didn't work. Remove first character from string JavaScript. Okay. Check if string is URL JavaScript. Thank you. Let's see if that works. No? Shift F5. There you go. Enjoy. Now you can send anyone anywhere. And there is literally no way that I am letting you test it on me. I don't recommend joining a chat room with Mevib. Maybe that is a bit too extreme. If... No, I don't know how to filter that even more. I think that's fine. Added Easter egg for Mevib. Danger. At least no one will send any viruses. Well, yeah, maybe. They get the viruses too. That's true, that is true. I've still decided that is a bit too overpowered, so I've reverted it. It's a little bit too powerful. I don't mind people effing with each other, but because it sends all the traffic through my server, it could get my server shut down. Right. What about a text adventure? That'd be fun. I'd love to do a text adventure. I made a really good website. Project CCAT. But I can't get the damn thing to publish anymore. It's too old. I made it like 3 years ago? I made it 3 years ago. And I would love to be able to publish it. It was a story writing site. And it was really good. But nowadays, it just doesn't work. I might rewrite it. Steal all the code and rewrite it. Pre-recorded C and Re session. Well, I actually need to think long and hard about aspects. Long and hard about aspects. Because currently an aspect is a name and a description. Now, mechanically, it's really easy to make learnings work in the background. It's really easy. Aspects can be anything, right? That would indeed be so much work for me. It wouldn't be an easy thing to do. Once we actually have the real system in place, we can probably make an automated Arbiter of Fate. But we need the mechanics in place for that to be feasible. We should be able to make an automated Arbiter of Fate. Add it to the suggestions, man, because it is a good idea. But we need all the mechanical systems in place first, so that a player can do it, and then we can make an automated system that can do it. If a player can't do it, it's going to be insane to make a system do it. Right, we have to figure something out, right? Aspects. currently they have a name and they have a description. Learnings have a name, a description, a type, generic, specialized, and a level, basic, master. Right? Mechanically, learning equals generic plus 1 plus 2 master plus 3 plus 6. I know it's minus. Right? Easy. So you have a skill, do a backflip, requires jumping, master. Right? That is easy to program. Even jumping master, balance master, let's say. Just as an example, I'm not saying they exist. Programming that becomes not insanely difficult. So let's say we have skill, the question is, what do aspects actually do? Mechanically. It depends on the aspect, exactly. And that is where we need to think about it a bit more in terms of how to implement it. Because you propose an intermediate between master and basic. You know, I was thinking exactly the same thing. I was actually thinking exactly the same thing. That would be like 2-4 or 3-6. Oh yeah. When you say focus on, what does that mean? Oh, I get you. So, like, basic by 3, like, basic magic by 3 magic specs, intermediate magic, or like by 3 basic magic specs. By 3 intermediate magic specs, master magic can buy master magic specs. Like that. But if you just had Parry and Sword, you get nothing on mastering. Well, yeah. But, well, yeah, the way I see it, you buy like a basic generic, that gives you access to the basic specialized for that generic. Once you've got a certain amount of them, that gives you access to intermediate generic. Once you have that, you get access to specialized intermediate. So you rank up to the next level of the generic by buying a certain amount of the masters at the level you currently have. I think that'd be alright. Thing is, it kind of restricts people, right? But it does stop them just pimping out master immediately. Which is a good thing. You shouldn't be able to get to master immediately at level 2. If you want to be a master chef to be the likes of Gordon Ramsay, you aren't going to, unless you focus on your chefing, right? I mean, using this kind of system, depending on how many learnings you got when you leveled up, which I'm leaning towards it should be 1. Then you would be what? You'd be like probably level 6 or 7 before you could start getting masters. If you focused it all in one thing. Which seems reasonable. I think we'd have to rethink the starting skills, right? Maybe 2 generics, 2 specialized. So you can pick a generic and you can get 1 specialization from within that generic. Or you can pick two generals and you can pick 1 specialization from each of those generals. For level 1. Maybe. I don't know. I just don't know. Maybe when you start, you just get X amount of learnings, right? You don't get to start with a certain amount of generics or specifics, you just get to start with a certain amount of learnings. No, you couldn't do it at level 4, man. Like, at level 1, you can have 2 generics. So you can have Gen A, Gen B. Level 1, you have Gen A. No, Mevid, because you're not understanding this. I swear to God, man, sometimes you just don't listen, right? Spec A. Spec B. Spec A1, Spec B1. Let's assume that at level 1 you can start like that, right? You've got 2 generics with 1 specialization in each. Level 2, you have Gen A, actually, Basic, 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 Basic. Right? If we were to assume that that is what a starting character would get, at level 2, let's say you get, I don't know, 1 learning per level. I think that's reasonable. They could get Spec A2. At level 3, they get Spec A3. At level 4, they can go up to intermediate. Now we might want to give them more than 1 learning per level. At level 5, they can make 1 of these intermediate. Correct, Meebib, correct. Now 3 might not be the right number. Then at level 7, they can finally master the generic and start mastering specifics. But that's only if they got 1 learning per level and they started with this, right? We'd need to think about how many learnings you get per level and what you start with. But I think that system works quite well. Yeah, I think 2 Gen 2 spec's quite reasonable for level 1. It's not bad, right? It brings you to being able to start unlocking masters at level 8, I guess, because level 7 you've got the master generic. Yeah. Yeah! I think that works quite well as a system. It's clean, that's what it is. It's clean. However, that doesn't help me with aspects, which is what we came into this notepad file to figure out. But I do like this system. So we'll actually have what generic is. Generic is 1, 3. No shit, I just changed the wrong thing. Generic is 1, 2, 3. Master is 3, 3, 6, 9, right? That's what we said? No. Shit. I'm messing it up. That should be specialized. Like that, right? Remember getting Notepad Plus so you could mess with Kingsmaker save files easier, and then you uninstalled it. Notepad Plus is great, man. Totally great. I mainly have it because you can close it. And you don't lose all your unsaved files. But it's really nice for programming. If you're doing scripting or something, because you can do language, and you can say like, I'm doing some PowerShell, or I'm doing some JavaScript, or I'm doing some JSON. And it'll highlight it all correctly. But anyway, that's what we're talking about, right? This seems pretty reasonable. However, that's learnings. Now, you see how learnings are really well thought out. Look at what we know about aspects. Aspects were originally called monster learnings, so why not be the same system, just with cooler shit? You know, that could work. So you'd have like... So I guess... How would that work? So let's take a few examples. 2 examples, right? 2 examples that are quite different. You've got wings. And you've got... diamond skin. There are 2 examples. I'll be right back. So... let's see. Just reading what you're reading, what you're writing. Simple diamond skin functions like armor. Wings make you roll fly if you want to do something like a flyby attack or a loop-de-loop. So, does that mean... So let's say you wanted to... skill example. Pick up a dude and drop him from a height. Would be... flight... wrestling and flight. Yeah, right? Exactly. Wrestling and flight, right? So wings permanently give you flight. Right? But you might also have enchanted boots. Give you flight whilst wearing them. Which means something we haven't thought about is a status. And a status can be a requirement for a skill. It gives intermediate or mastery in flight. So that would mean your aspect would really be flight, and the wings would be just character flavor. Thing is, the aspect's called flight, but it was called wings initially, or is it called flight in the aspect list? It's flight. Okay. Okay. No, that's cool. So that means cool. So my next question is, is there a way to get flight temporarily via casting a spell? As in, is there a learning that can be combined with others to give you temporary flight? Because I assume there is. And if there is, that does work quite well. Air and duration might be able to. Yeah, exactly, right? Or like air and something. The point is there will be a combination. So we could say, like, I'm trying to figure out how we're going to do this mechanically, and I think I'm coming to an idea. So let's just say air and duration for now. We don't have to say that's actually it, but as an example. Again, this is just an example. I'm not saying this is actually it. Maybe flight can potentially give you something like over mastery, which lets you auto succeed flight checks while you have your over mastery. I don't like the idea of auto succeeds. I feel like it's too easy to game the system. If you have flight, you know how to fly, but that doesn't mean you're necessarily going to consistently be able to do a loop-the-loop 100% of the time. It just means you're going to have mastery of it. Because item plus aspect plus force fly plus air fly would be 3 increases from the base flight. I think if you had flight and you cast air fly on yourself, it wouldn't do anything. Personally. Because you're already flying. I think, I'm not sure about this, but I think, yeah, totally, the item wouldn't add either, yeah. So flight, so aspects, what I'm thinking is, don't have basic, intermediate, master, but they can be required for a skill. E.g., you cannot do this skill unless you have the flight aspect. And the skill itself is based off other learnings. So for some stuff, like flying around generally, that would just be, you've got flight, you don't need to roll a check. But if you're trying to pick up a guy and then pile drive him into the ground, you've got flight and you've got wrestling, so maybe that becomes a valid skill. And it's like skill, flying pile drive, like 9 out of 10. Wrestling intermediate or something. I don't know. I just made that up on the spot. But that kind of thing. Like it's kind of a, you either have it or you don't. So like, if you have the breathe fire aspect, there is a skill called breathe fire. And you either have the breathe fire aspect and you can do it, or you don't and you can't. But obviously with a skill check to actually hit the dude or whatever. And that'd be based on some other skill. Or some other learning, rather. So, like, breathe fire. Skill example. Cover a dude in fire. Is a... I'd have a list of learnings to hand. It'd be like ranged attack. Just gonna wing this. Something like that. Hummingbirds and dragonflies are objectively better at flight than a pigeon. I don't know, man. Pigeons are pretty good at flying. I don't think a you have it or you don't works. You do raise a reasonable point. Maybe. But I bet a pigeon could learn to fly as well as a dragonfly, given enough time. If a pigeon had master air learning, I bet it could fly better than a dragonfly. We don't half get into some weird conversations when discussing this stuff. But it's good. A pigeon will never fly upside down. You don't know that. So I guess what you're saying is do have basic, intermediate, master, and they can be required for a skill. So that would be like something like that. Something like that. Is that the kind of thing you're thinking? You don't know you can't pee lava if you tried hard enough, but it's quite obvious you can't. Yeah, but me peeing lava is different to a pigeon flying upside down. I think that's reasonable. I think that's reasonable. So that might give you like flight basic while wearing them. And your skill might give you flight intermediate aspect for 30 minutes. Something like that. I feel like diamond skin is a good example of a passive aspect. Well, yeah, exactly right. I think... Well, I kind of ditched the idea of passive learnings. But maybe for aspects, passive is where they come in. Like maybe that's where passive comes in. Because what I found, in all our examples, we never once found a passive learning. We never came up with one that we wanted to use. Every single one was always active. But for aspects, Diamond Skin is a very good example of a passive aspect. Passive, active. I think it suits aspects better than learnings. Regeneration is also quite passive, yeah. So regeneration would be an aspect, right? And you might be able to do like skill gain regeneration is life plus duration. Gain regeneration basic aspect for 60 minutes. Something like that. Note I'm saying like that. I'm not saying they're real skills. But they would look something like that. And you might have a ring of regen, which would give you regeneration basic whilst worn. And regeneration as a passive would recover... Yeah, exactly. The passive aspect would always work, exactly. Exactly, right? So this would give you regeneration for 60 minutes, and during those 60 minutes you would have the passive aspect. But if you were born with the passive aspect, like a troll, you would just always have it. Recover X health per Y. And diamond skin would give you like... We haven't really figured out armor yet. Inhuman strength plus large plus regen. Nigh unkillable. Unless someone is mastered in pooping and destruction. Anyway, that's down to the creation of the character, right? Because a troll might only have basic regen. There's no reason why a troll would have to have master regen. A troll's regeneration might actually be pathetic. Unless it's like a great troll or whatever. What if every monster has a 3-rank hierarchy? Don't really like that idea, man. I feel like if you wanted monsters with 3-rank hierarchies, you'd just create 3 monsters, right? I mean, if it so happens that the core book has a series of monsters that all have a 3-rank hierarchy, I'm cool with that. But it shouldn't be built into the mechanics that monsters have to have a 3-rank hierarchy. So for this, that means step 1. God damn it. Well, that's annoying. But you know what? That should be the only change I need to do. And I'm so confident in that, I'm going to publish it. Site crashes and burns. Yeah, probably, man. Probably. Anything that anyone chose to be a master is now going to be intermediate. But, that's fine. Let's have a look. Does the big book of testing not have any learnings? It does. Oh, I've got 0, on mine. Hang on, I need to edit the book. Does it? Hey. Blubby Glob's masters are now intermediates. Okay, good. Ah, yes, and it's in the list. Good. Now, we're eventually going to make it so that when you add a learning... I need to actually create a proper UI for leveling up learnings. Like, we need to actually add the concept of the levels. Everybody gangster till greater dragon. Yeah. So that means I need to do a bunch of work to aspects to meet this spec. It's going to be quite awkward, you know. For passives, right, here's something I'd like to figure out. For passives, let's say you're creating an active one, right? That's simple, because it's just you create it like a learning. An active aspect is basically a learning, right? We're agreed on that. Which is good, because it keeps it nice and simple. Now, passives, if I want to implement them, implementing actives is okay because when you create a skill, you'll just set the requirements like we do here. And it will be cool. And we can deal with that through the dice roll mechanics. Passives, like let's say I want to add a regeneration. And I go here, and I go to my book, and I say I'm going to add an aspect, and I'm going to call it regeneration. And I say this regenerates health. There has to be some way for me to hook that into the game mechanics so that it regenerates health, right? There has to be a way. Every turn, someone regains 1dt. Exactly, right? But you can't specify that in this box. Yeah. But in this window, you can't specify that. You cannot specify that. And we will want the game to automatically give them that health every turn, right? Which means we're going to have to do something very interesting. We're going to have to make an aspect builder wiki. Just people to put the mechanics in the description right. But then how does the software read that description and apply the mechanics? Because the Arbiter of Fate shouldn't have to read the description of the aspect and apply the mechanics. The software should do it for them, right? So if this said basic regains 1 HP per round. Intermediate regains 2 HP per round. Master regains 3 HP per round. Now personally, I think instead of per round it should say something not round related. Because once you're out of combat, then rounds don't exist anymore. And if you're on 1 HP at the end of combat, and you relax and you go, phew! And then 1 minute later, a bunch of goblins attack, how much have you healed? I mean, it could say per round. To full! No. It could say per round, but then a rulebook would have to say how long a round was. And that'd be okay. So maybe it is fine as per round. A round equals 30 seconds. Yeah, a round can equal something, right? Some amount of time. Because then, when you're outside of combat, like, say there's a super cool, super strong troll who has 2000 HP. And you get him down to 1 HP. But then you have to run away. And it's really sad. But you have to run away, regroup, drink a bunch of potions to heal. Like you've run way away, so you're not in combat anymore. How long does it take that troll to heal all his health? Now you're going to say instantly, because he's out of combat. I say he would regenerate based on the length of a round and how long they stayed away. But that's not even the point I'm trying to argue. The point I'm trying to argue is, that's a discussion for another time. Doing this is a bit whack. So what I think we do is we actually have a form for it, which we can mock up. It's not going to work, but I'll do it locally. I'll mock up what I think the form would look like. It'd be like... let's do text for now. Okay, I'm not going to mock it up. It's actually going to be a pain in the ass. You haven't heard that sweet, sweet lighter flick. Let's mock it up in here. Well, that didn't work. Let's mock it up in paint. I'm gradually lowering the technology until it goes to my falls to my whims. I know this is a masterpiece. Look, I'm left-handed, but I use my mouse with my right hand. That's my excuse. And that would be a drop-down. So you might have... It says per day, by the way. And that says per session. I should have just used my left hand, god damn it. But I'm using my left hand for smoking. So I think you would have drop downs. And there would be a certain amount of things you could choose from that a passive did. And a certain restriction on them. Like it might be per round, per day, per session. Or... always. Although always would be per round, I guess. So you would configure them using this builder. I think that's how we would create passive thingamajigs. I've forgotten what they're called. And suddenly there's silence. Evib is shocked into silence by my amazing handwriting. Maybe it says small plus sneak plus armor minus attack minus HP. Large minus sneak minus armor plus attack plus HP. Yeah, right, so... Exactly. So you'd be able to configure multiple of these for a single ability. So you might be able to say... you might be able to say, like, for small... Let me open Notepad again. So for small, you would say... plus learning... sneak... basic... always... you would say plus armor plus, let's say 1 armor, just for the sake of it, because we don't actually know what armor means right now. Always. I assume attack you mean damage. -1 damage always. minus 1 HP always. And so you would configure these 4 abilities for small when you created small, but you wouldn't just be able to type in a box, "This makes you smaller." I mean, you would have that description for people to read, but the mechanics would be there so that the code can read these 4 statements and go, okay, if someone has small, I am giving them the learning ability, the learning leaning, the sneak learning for free. And whatever their armor is, I'm adding 1 to it. And whatever damage they do, I'm taking 1 off. And whatever HP they have, I'm taking 1 off. And then regen might be plus 1 HP per round. I guess you've got basic, right? You've got basic. Move says summary, combining books, detail, add a way to add multiple books but be able to distinguish between each one. I'm not sure basic, intermediate, master. Are the correct terms for these? Is that how you would consider basic, intermediate, master for small? Also, combining books needs a lot of thought. But I will approve it. I will approve it. If you did it that way, a master ogre would kick gum and eat ass. Yeah, a master ogre would not be able to sneak. They would be easy to hit, but they would do loads of damage and be hard to kill. The way I see it, that's why I mean we might not want to call them basic, intermediate, master for these, right? Because it's not really basic, intermediate, master. It's sort of like master is like extreme. So you've got extreme, and I would call small like I don't know if I would call it this, but I would call it like dwarfism. And I would call it like... Yeah, but 12 damage, man. 12 damage. If you're going to be fighting an ogre with Master Large and Master Strength, then it's a really tough ogre. So you're going to be quite high level. So 12 damage isn't actually going to be that bad. And you're going to have armor that's going to reduce that. So it's probably alright. Cal says, what is this? I haven't been on for a while. Oh, check this out, Cal. We've been on a renaissance of aspects. And Cal, what do you think about this for a leveling of magic system? Mevib, just because there can be overpowered monsters, that's fine. You've got no idea what that is. I'll walk you through it, Cal. Basically, what we're thinking is 1 learning per level. At level 1, you get 2 generics, 2 specializations. In order to get a generic up to intermediate, you have to have 3 basic specs in that generic. And then you can start getting intermediate specs in that generic. And then once you've got 3 intermediates in a spec, you can go master in that generic. Look, I'm trying to explain this to Cal. Stop arguing with Mevib, he's clearly wrong. And then once you hit master, you can start buying spec A1 master. So it kind of goes like this. You choose basic magic, then you can buy 3 specializations in basic magic. Then, and only then, can you get intermediate magic. The thing about D&D is that liches are really hard to kill, and they can kill you really easily. So, I don't know why they didn't just throw the entire D&D rulebook out the window. Exactly, Cal. Exactly. And then once you get intermediate of those 3, then you can do intermediate magic. Then you can do master magic. What would you call these? Look. Mevib. Ogres being hard to kill is totally fine. If it makes them that hard to kill, you just don't give them the master aspect. You give them the intermediate. Or you give them the basic. You have to build your characters to be appropriate for your campaign. If you don't think your characters can feasibly kill someone, don't put them in your campaign. So the argument you can make a really overpowered monster doesn't really hold weight, because anyone can make an overpowered monster. You just don't make your guys fight it until they have a chance. That's how I see it. You didn't say the game was bad for having OP monsters. I know, man. I think you were arguing the case that an ogre can do a bunch of damage. Yeah, and that's okay, man. And that's okay. I think the point we can all agree on is that this is a pretty good way to do the small aspect. I need better names. No, Mevib, you're misinterpreting what Cal's saying. What Cal's saying is that any sane DM would not throw their level 1 party into a fight with a god. I do believe that Mevib has been scarred by DMs over the years. It's all coming clear. This is cool though. This means I'm actually going to get back to programming. Yeah, of course there's ways around encounters, man. And the fact this whole debate started because Mevib said the opposite of this, which would be like large. Oh. Yeah, the point was, the opposite of this would make ogres pretty tough. But, taking into account what Meevip said, it's totally fine, because you just find a way to avoid them. So, that means I need to build a aspect building system on the page, which is okay. And I also need to give them basic intermediate, which is annoying because I just took that out. I actually just took that out. Right. I'm gonna add the aspects. It's kind of annoying that I've had to do this. I'm gonna call it aspect level. I guess it can be basic, intermediate, master for now. No, Meevib, it's very simple what Cal is saying. Very simple what Cal is saying. Cal is saying DMs do not force underpowered characters to fight overpowered monsters. They don't force them to. So it's okay to have overpowered monsters. We're all in agreement that it's okay to have overpowered monsters. There is no debate. Hey, James. James says, level 1 me, directed by DM quest to kill a level 10 dragon. Go me! Ooh, this is actually going to be more tricky than the learning one. Much more tricky. Passive, active. I agree with Cal, a dash of railroading is good. It gives the DM the opportunity to prepare something without it all being ad hoc. Sorry, I'm preemptively laughing at Mevib's reaction to that statement, Cal, about the empty cave. You just know it's an explosive reaction. Right, an aspect. Oh. Has an aspect type. And this is where it gets sketchy. This is where I need to think about the database. James says, that's why games are fun and sometimes real life sucks, because you get eaten by a bear. Yeah. Right, database. I'm starting to lose the plot. Let's try and get back on track. Hoo hoo hoo, hoo hoo hoo. Database. So an aspect is different based on whether it's passive or active, which is actually really awkward. So I might need two subtables. Passive aspect and... Oh, I don't know about that. Passive aspect and active aspect, because they store different things. Although passive aspect is just a learning, so it's okay. It's just... No, active. If it's active, it's literally this. If it's active, it's literally this with a level. But they've all got a level. But if it's passive, it has extra fields. I could just make them nullable fields. Do I want to make them nullable fields? Not really. Not really. An optional link to another table. But Mevib, what if you don't know it's a dragon cave? Nullable fields, nullable fields. Do I really want nullable fields? James says, what if you store whether it's active or passive and just ignore the fields depending on the flag? Yeah. I definitely can do that. It's kind of awkward as well because... maybe it's not awkward. Maybe it's not awkward. Okay, I need another enum. Aspect. Oh, this is going to be real awkward. It needs to be based on... Embrace yourself. It needs to be based on this. Now, I know that's not the most legible of diagrams. But before I get laughed at, or during getting laughed at, let me explain. Let me explain. I am left-handed, but I use my mouse with my right. And that is why this diagram looks awful. Please explain aspects. Oh, Jesus. If you think about it, Cal, it explains a lot about Mevib's desire to make overpowered characters, because he never knows when he's going to have to fight a dragon. Suddenly it all makes sense. Okay, an aspect is... It can either be passive or active. If it's active, then it's essentially a learning. But it's something that is applied to a character. So, like, it's not a learning. You don't get them as you level up. It's something that is either a character has it or they don't have it. But you could, like, get a ring that would give you an aspect, or you could cast a spell that would give you an aspect for a duration. So you could think of an aspect as being like a status. You either have it or you don't. Except it's not really you have it or you don't, because there's different levels of the statuses. So, like, if you think about that, those two examples of skills, you think about those two examples of items. Temporary state, yes, except they can be permanent state. They can be permanent state. If a character has an aspect, a character can have it. So, like, an angel would permanently have the flight aspect. A troll would permanently have the regeneration aspect. So they're not always temporary. Temp duration equals lifetime plus 1 day. Yeah, totally. So, active ones are like... Flight is a good example. So if you have a skill which is to pick up a dude and drop him from a height, which I'm going to call the Flying Pile Driver. If you had the Intermediate Wrestling and the Flight Basic, you could do that skill. I'm simplifying somewhat, but... So it's just like a learning. It's just like a learning if it's an active aspect. Literally exactly the same as a learning. If it's passive, it's a bit different. Put on Cape of Enchanted Flight and you get the flight aspect until you take it off. Exactly, right? Exactly. So then if you look at this tab, this is Dwarfism, which was originally called Small. But the simpler example is Regen, right? Regen's a simpler example, so let's go over Regen. Regen is passive, which means it gives you an effect over a certain duration. Or every so often. So Regen's super simple. Basic, you get 1 HP per round. Intermediate, you get 2. Extreme, you get 3. Super simple. So the question came up. But then if you look at Small, it's a bit more complicated. Small always gives you the basic sneak learning. It always gives you +1 armor. It always... +1 armor is bad. It always removes 1 of your damage, and it always removes 1 of your hit points. So you're slightly easier to kill, but you're harder to hit. No, wait, +1 armor's good. +1 armor's good. Yeah, so it makes it, if you're small, it gives you learning basic for sneak, so you're better at sneaking. Makes you harder to hit, makes you do less damage, and makes you die easier. Totally reasonable. Totally reasonable. So for passives, you see that it's duration-based stuff, right? It's either always, or it might be per round, it might be per day, it might be per session. It could just be, it has a duration that it ticks over. Unless it's always, in which case the duration is, it's literally just always in effect. So the question becomes, how do you create, through the website, how do you create a passive aspect? An active one is easy because it's just the same as a learning. So you don't actually have to specify anything. It's just the same as a learning. But a passive one, how do you specify this through this UI? So am I planning on adding the small +1 armor to the character, or keeping that modifier on the small, traversing the list of aspects and adding subtracting? Exactly, you would keep the modifier on the small and traverse the aspects, because they might drink a potion that got rid of their smallness. So you would traverse the aspects. So, that means that a passive aspect has to store in the database what that effect is, in a way that the software can traverse it and apply it to the character, right? Or apply it to the situation. And that is what I'm pondering. What does the database look like for a passive aspect? And now I've forgotten what this enum was going to be. So I'll delete it. Oh, it was going to be aspect table with columns, modifies amount, duration. Exactly, right? And that is exactly what this is supposed to represent. This is supposed to represent the UI for it. So you have your amount, what it modifies, your duration. Add one more column, active or not. Well, this is only for the passive ones. Only for the passive. The actives don't have any of these. Add one more column for in effect. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I think. Like, is it currently in use? then I don't differentiate between active and passive. There is a differentiation, though, I think. Because actives are things that can be applied to skill checks. There is another column for, like, basic, intermediate, master. And then maybe there isn't a differentiation. It's just the actives would have no effects. It's just the actives would have no effects. And then you could have actives that do have effects, but are also actives. So then you could have abilities that you can only do if you're small. Yeah. Yeah. We nuke passive active. They have a name, they have a description, they have basic, intermediate, master, and they can be required for a skill. Regeneration is probably not required for a skill. Probably, but you never know. But it's probably not. Breathe fire is going to be required for skills, but it doesn't necessarily have to have any of these whatever you'd call them effects. And that means that I can nuke that. I can nuke that. Then aspects are fine. And then I just need another table, which is aspect effects. Aspect effects. Aspect effect, which has why have I made that nullable? Aspect should never have a nullable ID. Oh my god, I'm such a mentalist. An aspect effect has an ID. It has an aspect ID. So it is linked to an aspect. It has an aspect level. James. I think you might have just helped me get through this. Then they have an amount. they have okay. They have a duration. I might make duration not be aspect duration, but for now it's fine being aspect duration. And it can be per round, per day, per session, always. We might add more, but that's okay for now. So they will have a Is this gonna freak out if I call these this? Probably not, it's probably alright. Aspect equals limb regeneration. Active for 10 days, 1 limb per day. Use it once when you lose 1 limb. And 10 days later, you have 9 extra limbs. You're a Hydra. I like it. And that is precisely why characters are going to have max HP values. Not just HP. Or in this situation, max limbs equals 4. So they have a level, an amount, a duration, we need another enum. Aspect, effect, type. I really don't like that, but I can always rename it. That would be like damage, HP, armor, aspect duration type equals round, day, game, always. Yeah, I already did that, James. I got round, day, session, always. Because a game is going to have sessions. Add hour, minute, second to above. I think that'll be tracked by rounds. I think round will be the lowest common denominator. And each... Catch you later, Meaver. And each round will be like X seconds. Maybe per X rounds. Then it gets awkward, doesn't it? Per X days, per X sessions, per X always. Once every 2 always. I think for now this is reasonable. Now the problem is, code could handle 2 always, just a calc. Yeah, then you'd get double it, right? Then you get double it. I think you'd get double it. Or you'd get half it. No, you'd get half of it, right? You'd get half. If you got 1 every 2 always, you'd get half. I think. You totally would. So, there's one we're missing here, and it is the elephant in the room. And that elephant in the room is a learning. So this aspect gives me the sneak learning at intermediate level always. However, I think we can actually do that in a really sketchy way. In a really sketchy way, I think we can do it. If I get rid of aspect level, I make this be a learning level, and I rename learning level to just be characteristic level, which is totally a dumb name. No, don't rename that. No, don't rename the migrations, please. I need to do in my code. No, I don't believe in to do. If I don't remember to do something, it's not important. However, you will note I added this nice suggestions page. Which is alright. Characteristic level sucks, man. It's not a good name. It's just not a good name. I'm renaming it to ability level. It is cool, right? Some useful suggestions in there. I'm waiting on it getting filled up with crap, but for now it's pretty good. So, if I go back to aspect, the issue is applying a learning, right? Add learning, sneak basic, always. That's a hell of a tricky one to fit into our table. That one is very different. But I do have a plan for it. And that plan is kinda whack. But there's no reason why the amount cannot be a foreign key to the learnings table. And now that they both use the same level, I can just use that. When you learn X, go stick in the aspect table for the character. So the aspect table or the aspect effect table? I guess it'd be both. So when you learn something behind the scenes, it becomes an aspect. The learnings are like the blueprints, and well, aspects of blueprints as well. No, I'm gonna veto that. So I haven't actually figured out how we're going to apply them to characters properly yet, but we can't start adding stuff to... Like, these two are both... Like, we're currently working on, like, the books. So these are the definitions of the aspects. We will use these to apply them to characters. But the actual application of them to the characters, we haven't actually got around to that yet. Right now we're doing definitions. So I guess the question is... Problem. Character exists outside of any game, but are aspects, learnings, books, in games, or above games? Ahaha! Ahahaha! Let me show you something. A character is assigned to a game. A game is assigned to a book. So a character can only have stuff from that book. Now there is in the suggestions page the ability to be able to have multiple books in a game. And then this will be books, I guess, instead of book. If a character exists outside of any game, they can only have learnings that are not in any book. Which is currently not possible. Unless I hack them into the database. So, if I leave a game, so a big game of testing, no, it's not going to let me leave the game. But if I delete the game, my character is still assigned to that book. So, that means he can still own... Okay, ignore that. Ignore that. But, if I create a new game, ignore what? If I create a new game with Callum's Big Book of Testing, Callum's Big Game of Testing, then test character can now join Callum's Big Game of Testing. And then that starts working again. So I've obviously got some sort of an issue in my add aspect code. There it is. Fixed. And I need to do that for add learning as well. I was getting the book ID from the character from the game because characters never used to have books, but now they do, so it should be getting it from the character, not the game. But nobody's moving characters between games at the moment anyway. So it's fine. Anyway. It doesn't help us with this problem. But I guess that's my point. A character outside of a game is still assigned to a rulebook. And then they can join games that use that rulebook. So you say, I'm creating a character using the core rulebook. I can join any game that uses the core rulebook. But it doesn't help us with this. Unless I just have a nullable field. I just have a nullable field. Done. If it's set to learning, this will be set. If it's not, then it won't. And amount should be nullable as well. And then the level of the learning can be nullable as well. It might match the level of the aspect that is giving you that learning. Like, in here, you've got basic small, it's giving you basic sneak. You've got intermediate, it's giving you intermediate. You've got master, it's giving you master. That might not always be the case. Basic might give you master sneak. Who's to say? Not me. So let's add that as well. And the duration will be always on it gives you a learning. Ability level in there twice. Yes, intentionally. Intentionally, James. Because you've got the ability level of the aspect, and then you've got the ability level of the learning that that aspect is giving you. One of them is nullable, one of them isn't. That's the difference. And I'm going to put these two at the bottom. Wonder what the database looks like after that. I'm kind of scared. Do I need to do anything in here? An aspect has a collection of aspect effects. And then that's fine. No, I don't need that. Builder dot entity aspect has one no, it has many aspect effects. Maybe it'll just work. Maybe it'll just work. Let's see what the database is going to look like. Okay, let's set ourselves to be local. Just ignore that top line. Fortunately, it doesn't have the password in it. Let's see what this migration looks like. Is it going to freak out? Maybe. Oh, build failed. Really? Oh, because aspect ID. Yeah. I accidentally made the ID of the aspect nullable. So that was me changing it back. Okay, what's it doing? It's creating the aspect table. I feel like the aspect ID should not be nullable. Don't really know why it is. An effect definitely has to have an aspect ID. Why is it saying that's nullable? Because I made it nullable. Suddenly it all makes sense. Why did it make this nullable? Oh right, I told it to. There we go. So the three nullables are amount, ID, and level. Okay, Cal. And we have a primary key, which is ID. Good. And we have a foreign key to the aspect. Good. And if you delete the aspect, it deletes the effects. Good. Did I just modify dev or prod? Dev. I've fixed that problem. I've got dev prod. Dev prod. It's just fortunate that my screen isn't super widescreen so you can see the password, which is over here. Hey, Mevib. Mevib says Gasagsarat. And when you drop it, it's just going to nuke the table. Good. Let's update our local. Oh, right! Goblin Smell and Goblin Smack. Raise a toast to the Goblin King. So that... I finally figured out, Mevib. Finally figured out how to implement aspects in the database. With James's help, we finally got there. The core takeaway from it was get rid of passive and active. Just make them all the same. But the active ones just probably don't have any passive effects. But there's no reason why they couldn't. Like, for instance, there's no reason why small, there couldn't be skills associated with small, right? As well as it having those other effects. But anyway, we now have aspect effect table. Where are you, aspects? Is that gonna want to change the database? Callum's Pizza versus Mevib's Taco. Who wins? Oh man, I had an amazing pizza today. Amazing. Pineapple and meatball. Mmm. With extra cheese. I feel full just thinking about it. Even though I ate it like... nine hours ago. Remember that shark game? That was pretty fun. What was it called? Maneater. Shouldn't change anything. Let's see if it does. It might add a foreign key. It does indeed add a foreign key. Which means that you cannot delete a learning if an aspect relies on it. You're right, Mevib. Mevib says it was the one where it crashed at the end and you had to watch the ending cutscene in French on YouTube. You're absolutely right. Oh, I totally forgot about that. That goddamn French ending cutscene. Update database. Am I okay with that being a restrict? You can't delete a learning if an action relies on it? Sure. They're all in the same book anyway, so... you know. If you nuke a book, it's going to be fine. Maybe. Possibly. What stream did Topkek stop joining and you started? I don't know, man. I do not know. I know that you joined... I don't know, actually. I looked this up yesterday. You joined... I'm going to say Crusader Kings. I'm going to say Crusader Kings. Do you reckon I can get away with just pushing that to production? I'd quite like to. I'm going to. That was Kek's first stream. It's gone awfully quiet. Oh, my music stopped. Video paused. Continue watching? Yeah. No, I don't want memory music. Let's see if we can find a good one. Not sure how I feel about this one, but... James says, wasn't Maneater the one where you were a shark who grew up and ate people off boats? Yes, it was. It was a super easy one. Let's push to production. It's definitely not going to nuke the database, guys. Don't worry. It's definitely not going to nuke the database. 100%. 100%. Cool. It was the one where he beat the final boss by gently tossing fish at him. That's right. That is 100% right. I'll be right back. I need a drink. Did you know me, Vib? No, I'm not telling you, actually. I'm not telling you. I almost lost my mind there. I'm not telling you. I almost went crazy. I almost gave you valuable intel. I'm not telling you, man. I'm not telling you. I was about to give you information that would help you track me down. I almost lost my mind. Right. So, now comes the real pain in the arse part. Making this in this. You're not even ooking for me. Well, I'm glad you're not ooking for me, man. We haven't seen Coco today. Maybe I actually scared him off. That'd be a shame. Now what's weird is I'm sure that this should be connecting to my production database. Because I've got it set to use my production database. So I don't really know why when I hit F5 it's connecting to my local one. But I guess it's fine. No, wait, I do know why. I do know why. How are we going to make a form that changes based on inputs from the form? What we need is the form to change what appears based on what you've got selected. And that's not going to be a massive headache at all. It's actually going to be a massive headache trying to figure that out. Restrict the possible range of input values, then manipulate a frame. Yeah, see, I really don't know anything about HTML. At all. Which means, to Google we go! HTML update form input fields based on drop-down. I think you use hidden. No, I don't want to use JavaScript. Thank you, jQuery form. Wait, I don't think that helps me. I think I have to use Java. But I don't want to use JavaScript. JavaScript makes me sad. Spoiler, jQuery is a JavaScript wrapper. Yeah, I know. I really don't want to do it. So I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. You know what we're gonna do? Not that. There's an easier alternative. A much easier alternative. And I'm surprised I didn't think of it before. You can't force me to use JavaScript. Add aspect effect. You can't force it on me. You just can't do it. Is that gonna help me? It's totally not gonna help me. Totally not gonna help me. I'm sure you can do it without using JavaScript. I'm sure you can. I'm so sure you can. You can do like, because I did it on my other site. You can do like show if. There's like a bootstrap thing that lets you do it. There's a bootstrap thing that lets you do it. You can do it in Bootstrap. I know you can do it in Bootstrap. Bootstrap hide input on drop down. Don't do this to me. I know you can do it in Bootstrap. I know you can do it in Bootstrap. I've done it before. you. You dare me to make a game in normal Notepad without looking anything up. What kind of game? Don't tempt me, man. What does that do? A text adventure in Notepad without looking anything up. Make the guessing game, but that's super easy. No, wait, I don't want a book. That is 100% not what I wanted. Looks pretty good though, doesn't it? It's putting my website to shame. Get out of here with your fancy drop-down buttons. Stop embarrassing me, examples on the internet. This is going to be such a pain in the ass. James, you never have to get back to work. That's just a lie you tell yourself to feel better. This is gonna be such a pain. Look how nice this stuff looks. Ooh, drop up, look at that. The way I see it, if you can create a drop down, that's just creating HTML elements or making them visible. So you must be able to use it to make other stuff visible too. You must be able to. Like... no multiple inheritance levels in C#. Building database tables in memory through the wrapping product code. That sounds like a right pain in the arse, James. That sounds like a right pain in the arse. I just want... to make something visible or not. based on a drop down. Without using jQuery. Ugh. I mean, I guess I could use that. It's not the end of the world. It's just not something I'm willing to do. So I guess I can't do it. Bootstrap, hidden, hide, div, on. Yeah, on click, sure. Dee. jQuery. See, now we're talking. Here, I propose a way to do this exclusively using the Bootstrap framework built-in functionality. Bootstrap has a class collapse. This will hide your block by default. If you want your div to be collapsible and be shown by default, you need to add in class to the collapse. Otherwise, the toggle behavior will not work. Then on your hyperlink, add a href attribute that points to your target div. Finally, add the attribute data toggle collapse to instruct Bootstrap to add an appropriate toggle script to this tag. Here is a code sample. Thank you very much. What a mad lad. I knew there was a way. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Well, ignore that. I mean, the toggle bar totally makes everything explode. Does that actually help me? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I think this might be one for tomorrow, you know? It's gonna be a real head scratcher. In the meantime, you know what time it is? Join up, join up. James, I'm not doing a to-do. Join them up. Nobody coming? Carl, I know you're always up for Mwax. Mevib, you're always up for Mwax. You were practicing your aim. We got a Mevib. Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else gonna join in the fun? Brian joined. Good, good. Anyone else? I mean, I'm happy just to kick in Mevib and Brian's ass. Pop-up block did that say? TikTok. Okay, we're going. If anyone else wants to join, they've got to go here and type wax. With an exclamation mark. Kyle, are you still in here from earlier? Kyle, you are mental. Oh. Brian's beating me. This can't be allowed. This, quite frankly, can't be allowed. Oh! Hey, I got 2 kills there. I think I used my shield just as people spawned. Where is everyone? We have a Brian. He blew his load. Oh, so did I. Run. Oh! Mr. Suck is getting his ass kicked. I can only assume that's Meevib. Whew! You gotta take it easy with your shots, Brian. You can't blow it all at once. Otherwise you have to wait. Ugh. Cal, you must have been hella bored to get up to 503. Aha! I'm in my fortress of despair. Oh. Stay out of my fortress. Ooh. Yes, kill each other. I'm not even cheating by zooming out my camera. Oh, Brian! It's 100% cheating. Yeah, I know, right? But can you do this? To be fair, the initial view is way too zoomed in. I'll give myself a little bit more. Just a little. Ah! Oh! I got hit by a shield. That has to be Mevib with his aim practicing. No! I'm getting stomped. Okay, good. I'm in the lead if you ignore Cal. Oh! Brian's been practicing in his spare time. It's the only explanation. Uh-oh. Oh! I never fire the shield, so I never expect it. He was farming your bots for a while. Are your bots still in there? No, they can't be. Oh, you mean earlier? Oh, I missed. Uh-oh. This is definitely the best game I ever made. Even if I kinda suck at it. Nah, I'm totally the best. Not because I cheat, I swear. Let's kill Brian. The reigning champion! Uh-oh. Don't be a sore loser, Mevib. Nobody likes a sore loser. Cal, you murdering yourself 500 times does not count. Oh! Uh-oh. I spammed it too hard. Ah! take you both on. Ah! Uh-oh. Oh, it got through my shield. Yes! Come on, I want to hit 10. Five. This is my moment. Where's Brian? I think he's easier kill. Not 100% sure on that, but I think he might be. There he is. Uh-oh, run. Six. Oh, God damn it. Ah! Oh, Brian left. Oh! That's so brutal, man. Hey, Coco. What is this? You never played Wax, Coco? You never played Wax? Wax is a game we made last year. Got him. I know you were busy saying hello to Coco, but I'm taking the kill. Not my fault you were AFK. Link. Hang on. Don't kill me, guys. I'm gonna give Coco a link. Unless someone else wants to give him a link. Oh! You glitched yourself out, you son of a... But I can't glitch out. That's so unfair how I can't glitch out, man. Yeah, who's out of bounds now? Uh-oh. Seriously, having your shield on cooldown is the scariest part of this game. You will be in the same game, yeah, man. There's only one room. Wax is great, man. Easy to get addicted. Alright, the triple... Sorry, Meevup, I didn't see that message. truce while you help me get out of bounds. Brian's not gonna agree to a truce. That's just a fact. Please, Coco, I will win. Brian! Okay, Mevib. We have a truce. Who's Spot and why aren't they on the leaderboard? Maybe they just haven't got enough kills. Oh, there we go. I think only the top 5 get on the leaderboard. Okay, help me out, man. Yes! Yes! I can't get back in, though. Oh, I almost can. Got him. I can almost get in through this wall. I bet if you gave me a push, I could get in. Like, straight through this wall. Whoever Spot is, to get out of bounds, you have to go into the corner and you have to force your way out. I want to get back in. We're not going to find Cal, man. He's like... Who's... I bet Cal cheats. Yes, I'm back in. Let the contest begin. No more truces. I bet Cal cheats. Has to be Brian. Brian mysteriously disappeared, and a new contender called I Bet Cal Cheats appeared. I mean, I'm no Sherlock Holmes, but in my opinion that makes I Bet Cal Cheats Brian. Although it could be Coco. Could be Coco. Coco's disappeared as well. It is just a blue void out there. If you zoomed out far enough, maybe you could see him. If you zoomed out real far, maybe you could see him. I'll see if I can see him. Probably not. Let's keep zooming out, see if we can see him. Then we can see how much he exaggerated when he said 10 minutes. Let's keep zooming out. We're looking for a Cal-shaped dot. A cow-shaped dot. I don't see any dots. He must be really far away. Now I know Cal, and he favours the top right. Cal favours the top right, so I'm assuming he's going to be in the top right. Still technically possible to see him. It's still technically possible to see him. Who just left of the field? That's me, Vib. Where is Cal? It's still technically possible to see him. We're looking for a very tiny dot on the edge of the screen. A very tiny dot. The manhunt, yeah. He really did go far away. Should still be able to see him. He is far, man. Doesn't help that I really need to clean my screen. You didn't get 500 kills to skimp out on running. Yeah, that's fair. Let me give my screen a quick clean. This is a serious manhunt. I really don't see him anywhere. Also, I think Meevib's disappeared. Oh no, there he is. There's Meevib. There's Meevib. But where's Cal? It'd help if we knew what hat he was wearing. I know that's a weird thing to say. But it'd help if we knew what hat he was wearing. I'm not convinced it's still zooming out, you know. Straight right of the upper right corner, 2/3 of the way to the right edge. That is one hell of a description. Straight right of the upper right corner, 2/3 of the way to the right edge. What does that even mean? Upper right of the box, 2/3 of the way to the outer screen edge. I don't think he's there, man. Unless there's a flaw in the monitor. Yeah, well that's the tricky thing, right? That's the tricky thing. Flaws in the monitor is very much the problem. Where the hell is he? Cal, you've outdone yourself. Oh my god, I've zoomed out so far, it's zooming back in. Where the hell is he? I don't believe he ran that far. I think he's bluffing. Either that, or he's gone back into the tab and is running even further as we do this, which is actually incredibly likely now that I think about it. I bet as soon as the manhunt began, he was back in that tab running. Seriously, where is he? I don't think we're ever going to find him, you know? You can promise you didn't run further. Okay, I'll accept that. Where is he? Where is he? You know, if we manage to find Cal, I'm going to be incredibly happy. I can still see my bullets. You saw a red hat on your screen, you think it's Mevib. It is Mevib. Speaking of which, I can't even see Mevib on my screen anymore. Oh wait, no, there's Mevib. He's right here is Mevib. Sometimes he disappears and then he comes back. He's like 1 pixel big. 1 pixel big is really not going to help. But 1 pixel should be enough, because it'll be the only moving pixel on the screen. Oh my god, I found him! I found him! There he is! There the son of a bitch is! Do you see that? Mevib, we found him! He's in the top left, go, go, go! See that? Do you see it? They don't call me... You are moving, you son of a bitch! You're not bottom right. There's someone out there. He's lying. He's lying. He's lying, Mevib. He's lying. That is definitely him. Without a doubt. There is no other reason for a pixel to exist right there, Cal. There is quite literally no other reason for a pixel to be there. Okay, maybe you're not moving. Maybe it's a glitch, but you are definitely in the top left. 100%. Keep going, Mevib. You guys do see that pixel, right? It keeps jumping between the U and the M. Coco, you've got to run into the corner of the screen and then you have to hold shift to run into the corner. And it should push you out. James sees it. Yeah, it's because it exists. Where are you, Mevib? I don't see Mevib anymore. Oh no, there's Mevib. Keep going left, Mevib. Cal, it is 100% you. There's no other reason for there to be a pixel out there. There's literally no other reason. It didn't help. Well, I have trouble doing it as well, man. Oh, it's moving because someone keeps killing me. That's why it's moving. Every time I die, I get teleported and it moves the dot. It's Brian. Every time Brian kills me, the dot moves. Because it teleports you. There's 2 spawn points. Mevib, have you looked on the map to see where he is? You're actually getting there relatively quickly. I mean, relatively quickly. You're moving at like, what? 1 pixel a second? That's pretty good. You're about a third of the way there, maybe more. Nah, you're about 2/5 of the way there, I'd say. 2/5. If you zoom out, Mevib, you should be able to see him. We're gonna get this guy. Claims he's not up in the top left. Get Brian to push you out of the corner, if he's up for it. Although Brian just kills. Brian's a total psycho. Brian just murders anyone he sees. Uh-oh, Mevib stopped moving. Uh-oh. Am I going to have to continue the hunt? Don't kill me. I'm trying to get out of bounds. I'm out. Let's get this son of a bitch. Follow me, guys. If you can see me. Someone's shooting me. Don't shoot me, man. I see him. And I'm gonna zoom in the closer we get. I'm telling you, Cal, there's someone out there. And I'm suspecting it's someone with suspiciously high score. Who? There is definitely someone out there. Definitely. I'm not imagining things. There is no way I'm imagining things. I'm not stopping till I reach that dot. I want to see what it is if it's not Cal. It's a mystery that needs solving, right? If it's not Cal, as he claims, and I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, let's assume it's not Cal. Let's just assume that. Let's go see what it is. Let's go see what it is. And if it turns out to be Cal, we know him for the liar that he is. And if it's not, then it's all good. Oh, I see Meevib's there. Interesting. Here I was thinking this was Meevib. No. Trust me, Meevib is not there. Meevib needs to go further left. I think that's Coco, actually. That's Meevib. You need to go further left, man. Meevib, you need to go left. Keep going left. Keep going left. It's this dot you want to reach. Oh, there's going to be a clash. You're almost there. Almost. You're about one arena width away. I see you shooting. Bit further left, man. Bit further left. There you go. He's in that direction. Now, if that is Cal, he did swear his Cal roll on the Discord that it wasn't him, right? That is a thing that you said, Cal. Oh, and he just disappeared, and look what happened to the score of Cal. It was Cal, yeah. I knew it. You shot him in the heart. You saw you weren't moving. Ah, that's true, man. That's true. That's true. You saw you weren't moving. Yeah, and you weren't moving. You're lost. That's a real shame, Meeva. I got killed by someone. I think it was Coco. I think Coco killed me. There he is, the liar-in-chief. The man himself. In hindsight, when I made this game, you should have got the score of the person you killed, right? That would have been great. Your screen is upside down. You zoomed in too far, man. You zoomed in too far. Your ping said Pong for a second. No, it didn't, man. Ping, ping, pong, pong. There he is. The man himself. It's also in the thousands. Did you tab out? If you tab out and you tab back in, your ping goes crazy for a sec. You're gonna walk here. Well, you weren't lying, Cal. It was like 10 minutes away. God damn it. He's a slippery one, this Cal. Alright, it's such a bad internet. Well, that's fair. I want to push Cal out of bounds. How did he die? Mr. Suck is now officially a legend. Why? What did he do? Oh, Mr. Suck is you, right? Finally, a real challenge. Can you play Indiana Jones for your adventure? How do you mean? Like the music? You never thought you could zoom out? Oh yeah, man, you can zoom out hella far, as we just saw. It's actually a massively OP strategy. I'm gonna use Cal as a human shield. You never knew this entire time. And you call yourself a Mwax veteran, man. Call yourself a Mwax veteran. Zooming out is like the only way to get ahead in Mwax. The initial view is so zoomed in, it's ridiculous. Uh-oh. Or you could be good at the game. I don't know, Mevib. Whoa, I'm up to 6! And I haven't been cheese killing people except Cal a few times. The real question is, where did Brian go? Did Brian go out as well? How far is Mevib to get him back? Coco, I'm not doing another manhunt. I can't do 2. But I do want to see where Mevib is on his great journey back. Cal says, I have been caught and fumbled. He tried to throw us off with the I'm definitely not in the top left, but there was no way that was working then. Next time you'll get 5k and go out for an hour. Yeah, I don't think zooming out would actually be able to find you if you did that. You were literally 1 pixel big. Don't know where Mevib's gone. Coco says, Wax is good fun, but gets boring quick. Yeah, totally, right? It is good fun. It only gets boring quick because, nobody's really playing. But Wax is very much a pick it up, have a bit of fun, put it down kind of game. We had big plans for Wax, but now the code base doesn't work. So I'd have to remake it. I'm not opposed to the idea of remaking Wax. Giving it some new features. Where did Mevib go? What happened to the code base? I made it in Unity, and when I try and run it in Unity now, it explodes. I've still got the code. It's just Unity's gone through so many updates since I made it. Would you lose a kill streak if it got remade? You mean like if you were online? Yes, you definitely would, because I'd be switching servers. Oh, do you mean like when you die? Because that rule, I'm not 100% sure on the you lose all your score when you die. I think it's a bit harsh. I think Mevib went on a journey even further out, right? Right, no more Wax for me. I think I'm gonna call it a day, guys. It's 1 AM. But remaking Wax needs to be on the list. Reeve says, you see, when I was chasing Cal, I found a pixel that wasn't him, and I'm chasing that. Ah, I think that's Brian. I think that's Brian. I think that's Brian. You can do it, Mevib. I believe in you. Right, tomorrow we're going to work on the website. Friday we're going to work on the website. And then Wax weekend? Question mark? Remake Wax? I know I haven't played a game in like a week now. But it's good to take a break from the games. What's people's opinions on a Wax weekend? Remake Wax. Do it right. James says, remake Wax in 3D. Oblique player view. 3D Wax? We could do a 3D Wax, but it'd make it much harder to... The good thing about Wax was I made a template. I made a Photoshop template where people could submit like skins for the character. Brian says it could do with a bit of tweaking. Yeah, it definitely could. I think I'd remake it from scratch. And I'd do it right. Last time I used a shitty third party for the networking. This time, I would use the same thing I'm using for this chat system for the networking. Which would actually be a lot better, I think. I think we could make a pretty good Moax if I started again. It'd help me get back into Unity as well. Moax weekend, it's settled. We're going to try and sort the website over the next few days, and then we're going to do a Moax weekend. We're quite close on the website. I say quite close. By that I mean 2 days is probably enough to get it playable. You want it to run? We will run, man, when it's playable. Hal says, can we keep the breaking out of bounds, but make it way more difficult? Maybe, man. Maybe. Maybe have an item that lets you do it. I think by Friday, we can probably get candre.com, candre.calumdev.com into a point where we can play. Because we're close. Once we get these whatever we called them working, what are they called? Once we get our aspects working, then we'll be in a pretty good position to actually start creating the sessions and having them playable. Bots. I don't know if we'll do bots, man. I don't know if we'll do bots. The only way I would do bots would be if they were psycho bots that literally just ran at the closest player and constantly shot at them. They would not be any cleverer than that. Because then you have to program AI, and the whole point of doing Moax was that I didn't have to program any kind of behavior. It was all done by the players. Coco says, Pepperonia is bugged to hell for me. Really? Let me check that. Is it screwed up for me? Is Coco just trying to get me to go to Pepperonia? No, it looks fine. Coco, you're not even in Pepperonia. How can it be bugged to hell if you're not even in there? Riddle me that.
We vibe said you fell for it, fool. Kia kia kai.
Oh, you got me, man. You got me. Oh, twice in one day. Twice in one day. God damn it. I think that's actually 3 times in one day. Thrice in one day. Right, I am actually going to call it a day. Tomorrow, we're going to figure out aspects. Well, we figured them out. We're going to implement aspects. Which is going to mean learning maybe some Twitter Bootstrap stuff. And we're going to implement equipment. And I think equipment is basically going to be aspects that you wear. What do you think about that theory, Mevib? That equipment is just aspects that you wear. It's kind of true if you think about it, right? Mevib says, tomorrow morning I want to try AFing a one-off in Discord. Tomorrow morning, tomorrow morning, tomorrow morning. So I was planning on starting streaming at like 5 tomorrow. Five tomorrow is what? 11 for you guys? But I can maybe push it to 6. That'd make it like 12 for you guys. That'd make it 12 for you guys. So, if we do it before then, I am on board. We're gonna run a session of C and Re in the Discord. Mevib, what time is tomorrow morning? That's the question. Is it tomorrow morning for me or tomorrow morning for you? Nine for you is 5 PM for you. You're 8 hours behind, man. Mevib, that math does not work out. Your morning. My early afternoon. Yeah, I can do early afternoon, man, for sure. The only time I can't do is 12:30 till 1:30 because I'll be playing Dominion. So if we would say my early afternoon, so if we said 9 for you, 3 for us, 4 PM for Coco. No, I'm not getting up at 9, man. It's not happening. I cannot get up at 9 o'clock. Not on my holiday. You know, on the first day of my holiday, I was like, I'm getting up at 8 o'clock. And I did. And then yesterday I got up at midday. And then today I got up at midday. So 9 ain't happening. It's just a fact. But Mevib says my early afternoon, and that works. My early afternoon is like your 1 for me. It'd have to be 1:30, man. It'd have to be 1:30. Because 12:30 till 1:30 I play Dominion with my work colleagues. "3 PM-ish for me." Yeah. Right, everyone do the math. What is 3 PM for you guys when it's 3 PM for me? If you take into account that it's 1 AM for me now. Right, can we clarify something? Can we clarify something? Very quickly. Very quickly. What time is it for you guys right now? Cal, are you saying it is 7 o'clock for you? 10 past 7. Is that what you're saying? Okay, good. Mevid, what time is it for you right now? Are you on the 7-Eleven train, Mevid? Are you a 7-Elevener? Mevid's in the same time zone. Is he, though? If he answers the question, then we will know for sure. What time is it, Mevid? $7:12. Okay, good. 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 So, yeah, 9 AM for you guys, 3 PM for me, guys, or just me, I guess. I thought Mevid was in the Atlantic. $9 AM for you guys, 3 PM for me, guys. I don't know why I keep saying me, guys. I guess it's just because I like saying the guys. 9, 3, and Coco probably won't show up. Also, you'll be working. That's okay, Brian. You can observe if you feel like it. So, yeah, that works. That totally works. There we go. We have a plan. And let's just assume Coco isn't going to be there, and if he shows up, that's great. Coco's more unpredictable than I am. And that's saying something. He says he'll be there. Okay, cool. Wicked. There we go. We have a plan. We have a plan. And that means I can safely go to bed. I hope we're going to be using these new rules we've invented, Mevid. For example, well, I don't know what the for example is. Right, I'll catch you guys later. I said I was gonna go to bed ages ago. I'll catch you guys later. Realistically, I'll probably be on Discord for hours, but catch you later. Have a good one, guys. You crazy 7 PMers. Adios.